motivation to rise. And I wouldn't say I'm shocked cause I'm hardly surprised. This one's for the ride. This one's for who knew I'd make it, just needed some time. This one's for my wife. Could've left 1,000 times just to by my side. This one's for the grind. I knew it would happen, just had the strength in my mind.
It's the Travel OG, and welcome to the Black Manosphere Conclave 5.0.
We got started in 2021 in Atlanta, united in the pursuit of excellence in all things. It's been one hell of a ride.
Can I tell you what's on my mind? 'Cause I've been thinking about it for quite some time. Hey, can you give me a moment to declare my love? Can I tell you what's on my mind?
We're now focusing more on opportunities for men, in particular passport bros. Guys who go abroad, they want to have a different lifestyle, they want to have a different achievement abroad. Oh yeah, there's without a doubt the narrative has changed for us greatly.
I just finished speaking and having a chance to tell individuals about how to live the American dream outside of America. And I was here to help so many men when it comes to understanding what they need to do in order to relocate.
With the political climate, things that are happening worldwide, guess what? Nobody's coming to save us. So it is indicative that we all bound together, tighten up like a fist, and strike a mighty blow against everything that's fighting to stop us, man.
It's nothing but good, positive people, good, positive energy with one goal in mind, and that is to make money, get the hell out the Matrix, and enjoy your life. You dig? So shout out to all of y'all. Theme music.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? This is your man Marcus A. Brown, and I'm here to tell y'all that I just got done with my first consultation with the brother Andre of Love Crossing Borders. I just wanted to give him his praises. I need y'all to do two things if you haven't already. If you haven't, subscribe to his YouTube channel, Love Crossing Borders. Also, if you are going to Colombia, if you're thinking of going anywhere, traveling internationally, please consider booking a consultation with the OG Andre of Love Crossing Borders. You will not be disappointed. And y'all, get in tune with him if you haven't already. Tell him MAB sent you. Peace.
Where are all the black men? And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually,
they're here with Andre and Andres, Love Crossing Borders, on a wonderful, wonderful Wednesday evening. Yes, Wednesday. Shout out to you guys being here on a Wednesday evening. We got a chance to enjoy the Colombian game. That's why I wasn't here yesterday. Andre and I had a date night at a sports bar. Shout out to Reggae and Pops here in Cali, Colombia, Chippy Chape Mall. Got a chance to hang out with our brother Will as well. And got a chance to watch Colombia beat our brothers from the Congo. I was very happy that the brothers from the Congo are in it, but they had to take that L. Colombia is 2-0 right now. Shout out to Colombia. But we're not here for that. We are here for, you know how when you go to the mall and there is Build-A-Bear for the kids. And when the kids decide on, well, they want the bear's eyes to be made of this and the bear's nose to be made of this. They want the bear to look like this and have this apparel on. They want the bear to be male or female. In other words, they build a bear. You guys quite often hear me talk about stepdads, and after 14 years of being a stepdad, how I am thoroughly against it, even though I had really, really good stepkids and a very fit, feminine, and friendly ex-wife. I had no complaints, right? Marriage didn't work out, but as a stepdad, no issues to complain about. Really good kids. My story is not everybody's story, and I know that. And I know how to talk about the norm. And I know you guys often hear me talk about this on the Travel Channel. And you guys are wondering, how is he talking about stepdads on a Travel Channel? I don't want you to make the mistake of deferring your dream of relocating to another country because you fell in love with a baby mama in the United States, in Canada, in UK, and what have you. Now, mind you, I know that there are stepdads out there. We're going to talk about some amazing stats that you guys have never heard before. I'm going to say this again. Some of the things that we're going to talk about, you're going to think that Medium Man was doing the episode tonight. Shout out to our brother Medium Man. But I understand. Some of you guys are going to fall in love with women in the States, and some of them are going to have kids. I get it. I get it. But it's my job to still encourage you. Don't do it. It's my job to let you know you've got options. It's my job to let you know you can get the same type of woman from a woman that doesn't have children. And you can build your own legacy. Or if you got kids already, extend your legacy. Either way, anytime you guys hear me talk about this topic, it's not to harp on the baby mothers. I want to say this again. I could care less about the baby mothers and them kids. I want to say it one more time. Whenever I talk about this topic, referring to becoming a stepdad, don't be a stepdad, baby mamas, I don't care nothing about the baby mamas. When I say I don't care nothing about them, I don't live in the States. I'm not there to care. They have no impact on my life. I have no impact upon their lives. But I refuse to not let my brothers know that you have options so they don't impact your lives while you're still in the West, while you're still in UK and you think this is your only option, while you're still in the United States, you think that this is your only option, while you're still in Canada, Australia, you think that, well, everybody got kids, so no, everybody doesn't have kids. It's like I froze for a second. But I'm here to tell you and let you know and encourage you that anytime I do this topic, it is all about you. It is always going to be about you. And anybody that thinks otherwise, male or female, I don't care. That's not my job to care about what the outsiders think when I talk about this topic, or seem like I'm harping on the topic of be careful, weigh your options before you start dating, mating, or marrying baby mamas. Let's get started with the show. Let's get started with the show. Get our shout out music going. Yes, sir. Yeah, like I was saying, it's just like Build-A-Bear. I'm telling you, the stats are out there. The stats or the facts are out there. Any of you guys that are watching the live stream today, this is a very, very important live stream. Tonight, you're going to see how to build a baby daddy, a step baby daddy. That is. Statistically, you're going to see which race, which economic stature, which income, which education, which demographics. You're going to know tonight, by the time this live stream ends, are you baby stepdaddy quality? Are you the type of man when these women say we want, or the man will, or a real man would? I found statistically, guys, they're not talking to all of us. Some of you guys are going to leave this episode tonight and you're going to be encouraged because you're going to feel like, oh, well, they ain't talking to me. So, okay. When she said real man, she ain't talking to me. When they talk about bringing back the community, oh, she ain't talking to me. Okay. All right. I got it. Some of you guys are going to just put your feet tonight. I got some lemonade tonight. You can enjoy some cool lemonade tonight. You can sit back tonight. Some of you guys, this is going to just be for entertainment purposes only. But some of you guys, I'm going to tell you this, telling you now, this episode is made for you because this is who they're talking about You are exactly who they're talking about when they're saying that, shoot, I could get a man. I got 3 baby daddies, but I could get a man. All those mothers that are out there that are married and in relationships, how did they get a man? I'm gonna tell you how they got the man tonight. I'm gonna tell you how they got a man tonight. Statistically, it's not Andre's opinion, because you know I don't like giving my own opinion. It's not how Andre feel, because I have nothing against baby mothers, the children, stepdads. I ain't got nothing against it, because I don't even live there. So I have no horse in this race. But I'm here to tell you, there is a type of man that these women are talking about that are the real men, and there is a type of man that keeps going for it. And after this show, you guys are gonna be looking like, she talking about me. Yeah, she's talking about you. She's talking about you are the one that's gullible enough to mate, give her another child, to date, and to marry. Whenever baby mamas are talking about a type of man that they're looking for, bruh, usually it's you type of dudes that we're going to be talking about tonight. So you won't have any questions about what is a stepdaddy in the United States or UK or Canada, what type of dudes. We're going to look at the stats of which men are mating, dating, and marrying these women. All of us other men don't fall in this category at all. I'm going to say this again. You are not in this category. Tonight's episode is a lemonade episode for you. You're going to be sipping on lemonade tonight, laughing and sipping on lemonade. But you other brothers who I keep trying to warn, be careful. Use condoms. Don't date everybody that comes up in your face. Don't let women easily get access to your sex life in the United States if you plan on leaving the United States. I'm giving you guys some game for a reason. Once again, when I talk, this is not about the women. This is not about the kids. I don't care about the women and them kids. And I'll say that to the women and to the kids. Ladies, this is not about you. Every conversation we men have does not mean that it's about you. The conversation that I'm talking about with stepfathers is about the men that I don't want them to make the mistake to fall in the category of men that end up being stepfathers. And I'm telling you guys, some of you guys who are already stepdads, you're going to feel kind of stupid and perturbed. You know why? After this episode, you're going to realize you were targeted. You were targeted, and you were probably born to be a stepdad. You were probably born not to have your own kids. You were probably raised and reared to be a stepdad. Yes, you were. After we get done with these numbers, that's why I say it's not Andre's opinion. It's not what Andre thinks. It's not Andre hope. This is the Pew Research Center. This is the University of Michigan. Several other colleges have done studies on these that we're going to look at tonight. And also blackdemographics.com. So when I say that some of you guys, the reason why you became stepdad was not because of your choice. You were literally raised, groomed to be a stepdaddy and nothing more. And that's why you're a stepdad today. That's why you're a stepdad today. So let's get ready to look at the numbers. Like I said, some of you guys going to be upset, disappointed. Oh, Dre, that ain't right. It ain't about Dre. It's the numbers. Be mad at the numbers, bruh. The last thing we're going to look at tonight is we're going to take all the stats that we look at tonight. We're going to put them under one avatar. That avatar is literally the average baby stepdaddy in the United States, in Canada, and UK. The avatar that we're going to see at the end. You guys are going to literally see, do I fall in any of these categories? If I don't, it's a lemonade night. If I do, I need to be careful how I move in the United States and not assume that I'm not being stalked to be a stepdaddy. I said that word stalked on purpose. I didn't say looked for, I didn't say hungered after. No, these women are stalking a certain type of man, and you might fall in that category. Shout out to my brother Bronx in the building. Glad to see that you're here. He said, thank you for everything that you do, brother. I appreciate you guys, man. I really do, man. I really appreciate you guys. He says this. He said, I'm looking forward to retirement in Pattaya. Countdown, half a year. He said, in Medellin, the other half of the year. Yes, sir. And you got you a plan. Got you a coast-to-coast plan. Yes, sir. I like that, man. Shout out to all you guys out there. I want to give a shout out to T-Mac, first of all. He sent $10 Cash App the other day, and I just want to give him a shout out in regards to that, man. Thank you very much, brother. And Bronx said, he said, I'm working on getting my cert. Aren't we all? To teach English. I have my certification to teach English too. I had that, I just never used it. Slick Get It is in the building. Shout out to you. What up, Doe? Glad to see that you're here. Slick Get It. And we got my brother J.K. sitting in the building. He said, evening, fellas. Shout out to Dre and Mrs. Spence. Last stream was amazing. Yeah, we had fun with that stream. We had fun. And I want to give a shout out to all you guys over on the Patreon. Patreon has been growing. Oh man, I love the last live stream that we did. Every Monday night, we do a live stream for 1 hour, like an hour and a half. I say an hour and a half, we do a live stream, real short, real quick. Last one we did was top countries for introverts. And what do introverts normally do when we go to other countries? So what's introverted dudes? When we go to other countries, what type of countries do we like going to? Because we don't need to be in Barcelona all the time where it's party. Do. That ain't us. So we talked about 10 things that introverts love to do when we go to other countries. And we talked about the top 10 countries that AI said that introverts normally go to and why. So that video is on the Patreon. That's a cool part. After the Patreon recording is done, I have everything set up. So the list is there for you guys to see. So if you're part of the Patreon, you missed the live stream, it's there waiting for you right now. Shout out to all you guys. And I'll be dropping the link for the Patreon as well. Ronin Traveler says this. Good morning, sir. It's morning. He says, love crossing borders, Dre. He said, good morning from the Philippines, drinking my cafe. Stepdads are underappreciated now more than ever for raising another man's legacy. Yes, I thought about that when I was putting this together. I think about if I was a man and they open up the history books of my family and I'm just a side note. As a stepdad, I'm just a side note. As a stepdad, I mean, think about it. If they go back and let's be for real. If they go back in the last 100 years of your lineage, at one point in time, everybody was married. Blacks were married, whites were married, everybody was married that had kids. So it's easy to go back and not find a stepdad. For Generation X, when the alpha generation becomes adult and we have passed on 2-3 generations, they're going to look and they will not find their DNA in many of our history books. Great granddaddy ain't had nothing to do with him. Great granddaddy ain't had to do with him. It's gonna be so many kids have to offshoot who their granddaddy was. Great granddaddy was a stepdaddy. The offshoot is your real daddy. So it's a whole new generation tree that they're gonna have. It's gonna happen to so many people. So many dudes spent time being. You're gonna end up as an asterisk in the history book of another man's legacy. Because as soon as they find out you're a stepdaddy, they shooting over to find out who the real daddy was. Because you ain't got no deal, you ain't got no game, no horse in the game, in the race. I think some of you stepdads don't. You think about the stepdad now, who you are. You're not thinking about legacy. Long after you go, nobody's going to remember you. You're an asterisk. You are nothing. You are nothing in the history, in the annals of history. Somebody's going to open up the history books of your family. And they're going to have to offshoot to find out who the real granddaddy was. Who was the real great granddaddy? It wasn't you. Well, I raised him. That doesn't matter. History books don't talk about who raised.
You're just a small little footnote. And as soon as they see stepdad and they're looking for DNA evidence, they got to shoot to the side because now they got to look for who the real granddad was. Some of you guys don't think about that. You just think about she got a big butt, she made me smile, and she made me some lemonade. So I love her. But you don't think about the legacy long after you gone. Ain't nobody gonna think about you at all. All that you spent, all the homework that you did, all the hard work that you put in, all the arguments back and forth with the biological father, all the times when she got mad at the biological father and she took it out on you, that's not going in the history books. When I say the history books, I mean the family history books. So when somebody looks back on the history and they open up the books to find out what their lineage is, and it's very common that people do this now, you're nothing but an asterisk, dude. That's all you are. You are in the Super Bowl. Did they fumble the ball? Did they not fumble the ball? Was that an interception? Was that not an interception? Did he catch that ball inbounds or was it out of bounds? If he had caught it out of bounds, they wouldn't have won the Super Bowl. That's all you are, asterisks, bro. You are, what if Barry Sanders had not retired and everybody knows he would have ran for 120, he would have ran for 20,000 yards. Everybody knows that. Barry Sanders retired from the Lions at his peak. Asterisks. What if Barry had stayed? We all put as good as Emmitt Smith is, stepdad to running backs. Do we not treat Emmitt Smith like a stepdad? Let's be real. Let me turn this music down a little bit. Let me turn this music down a little bit more. Do we not treat Emmitt Smith like he's the stepdad of running backs? Yeah, you got the record, Emmitt. Yeah, you were good. But we all know if Barry hadn't retired, Barry would have been at 20,000 yards by the time you got to 13, 14, bro. Let's not do this, Emmitt. And Emmitt have said, he said, listen, y'all can give me all the asterisks you want to. He retired, I didn't, I got the record, so it is. And that's true. But we still treat him like what? The stepdad. And throughout history, he's retired years ago, hasn't he? And when we go through the history of running backs, what do we treat Emmitt Smith as? A stepdad of running backs. Why? Because we all know who the real daddy of the running back game would have been if he hadn't retired. Same thing with a lot of you stepdads. You think that because right now in today's window of time, and you're looked upon in today's window of time, that's all that counts. As long as my stepkids love me and I love them, that's all that counts. No, bruh. This is a historical thing too. This is all about DNA. Nobody could track their DNA back to you. You're an interruption. I'm gonna say this again. As common as DNA tracking is now, that people want to know their history of their history of their history. As soon as they start going up the family tree and they hit you, they got to jump to another branch because you ain't got no business being in the history of their family. You are asterisk. That's all you're going to ever be. My kids say they love me. They're supposed to say that they're kids. When they're 20 now, they're supposed to say that. They've been saying it since they were 12. You treat a kid right, they love everybody. They're kids. If I treat your kids right for a year, they gonna love me. We love you, Mr. Spence. I love y'all too. Let your kids hang out with me at summer camp or something for the summer. You know how many times them kids will be crying when they leave? I love you, Mr. Spence. I'll see you next summer for summer camp. Kids love their camp counselors too. You ain't nobody special, bruh. I'm here to tell you. That love them kids have, that's the same love they have for their camp counselor. So don't sit back and think, well, my daughter loves me. Yes, she does. You know why? Because kids have genuine love if we don't mess it up. As long as we don't interfere with our adult opinions, kids gonna love anyway. So you ain't, stepdad, hear me out. In the eyes of a kid, you ain't nobody special. And by the time they get 20 and they're saying it, it's because they're used to saying it. That's all that is. But I don't want to, lay a negative foundation. What I'm saying is that I want you guys to continue to realize you got options, bruh. That's all. That's why I always talk about this topic. Once again, we got 54, 55 people in the building. I'm here to tell you, I do not care about the mothers or the kids when it comes to this conversation. I care about mothers and kids, of course. When it comes to this men in the barbershop being honest with ourselves conversation, I'm not thinking about the mothers. I'm not thinking about the kids. This is a room full of men right now, and I'm thinking about you guys and the options that you have available. And I want you to at least know you have options. Let's put it out there like that. I can't control what you want and what you think, but at least you will never be able to tell nobody I didn't know I had options in America or out of America, in Canada or out of Canada. You will never be able to spread that lie. My job is to encourage you when it comes to options. So if you want to be a stepdad, so be it. I don't hate on you. You'll never see me hate on a stepdad. I did it for 14 years, so it couldn't have been that bad for me to stay in it for 14 years. But I am here to tell you, you got options, man. You really do. You really do. And that's why tonight's episode is dedicated to letting you guys see that women literally hunt a certain type. And I'm going to come to the super chats in a second. A certain type of man to be a stepdad. On Kevin Samuel's show, they would say they would want a type. That was a fantasy man that very few could get. Okay, so if they can't get the fantasy man that they were talking about on Kevin Samuels, who is it that really statistically in UK, Canada, United States, who statistically are the men that are being hunted after and becoming stepdads because they were groomed, and for many of you from birth to become stepdads and you didn't even know it until you became a stepdad or a step boyfriend. So some of y'all don't get married, but you do become a step boyfriend. Captain Saver, if you will. So let's be honest tonight, guys. And let's not put the women in the pictures. Take your feelings. On this episode, take your feelings out of the picture. We're speaking all facts, all stats. I'm coming back to back with numbers. And I'm going to drop the link to the Pew Research Center so you guys will see where I got a lot of my numbers from. Not all my numbers, where I got a lot of my numbers from. You know I like to share receipts. But I don't want any of you to ever think that that's the only option you have. Well, I'm in my 50s, man. I'm going to end up with a baby mama. That is a lie that is sold to a certain type of man. I thought it was everybody. Man, when I started doing real research on who becomes stepdads and who doesn't, what level of life, what particular race or case, what particular countries, when I started, I was like, wait a minute, there's a pattern. There is a freaking pattern. It is not a coincidence. And then I started noticing that, wait a minute, these guys don't become these all got it. That's why women talk like that to these dudes, but they don't say that to these dudes. That's why these type of dudes are always pressured and groomed to become stepdads, but I got it. And so tonight I'm giving it to you. You're going to know the difference between the dudes that got groomed and pressured to become stepdads in certain communities. And you're going to see the guys that never get pressured, never worry about becoming stepdads. It's not even in the back of their mind ever. And many of you fall up under both in different instances, different categories. Shout out to all you guys that are here. Let me scroll back up. Shout out to my brother D Payne in the building. Shout out to you. D Payne says this. He say, I read through black. He say, I read somewhere Black women are less likely to agree being step parents compared to Black men. I agree with that. The survey that I read says 75% of even those that did it, that became step moms, 75% of women said that they do not recommend it to anybody. Now, in many cases, they didn't divorce the guy. Men divorce more when it comes to step parents. Men divorce at 61% of all divorces filed in divorce in step parenting situation is men that file. So that's the only genre where men file for divorce twice as much as men in traditional marriages. In traditional marriages, y'all file for divorce like 20 to 30%. Double that for stepdads. Stepdads are twice as likely to file for divorce than traditional dads. But of the stepmoms, 75% said they would never do that again and wouldn't recommend it to anybody. 75% say that. Not because your kids are bad or anything, but you might be too busy with the kids or whatever it may be. But they're like, yeah, I'm not doing this again. I'm not doing this again. Shout out to my brother Will, who's been so busy lately. I know you've been doing your thing and traveling. Well, hope everything's going great. He said, salute Andre and Andre, chat fam. He said, please support the channel by way of PayPal, by way of Patreon. Yes, sir. I'm going to drop the link in a second. PayPal, Cash App, Super Chat, and even up with the Bitcoin. If you want to go by there with the Super Chat, the Cash App. He said, I will not ever be in a relationship. He said, I will smash a woman with kids. Tis true. Tis true. He said, but I will not ever be in a relationship. Been there, done that. That's so true. I remember one time during a hurricane, I made a decision based off the kids. In a hurricane, I had a choice. I could go over to a fine little Puerto Rican house. Her daughter was like maybe 20. And I've been knowing them forever, right? Or I could go over to the sister house and she had two that was under 7. Or I can get with this chick that wanted to come over to my crib and let me smash, and she ain't had no kids. Now, the Puerto Rican I smashed before, and she was cool. I knew I was gonna eat good over there during the hurricane. You know, Tampa, all you Tampa boys, you know what I'm talking about.
We in Tampa, 813.
You know what I'm talking about.
Let's get it.
When a hurricane comes, them women get lonely. So everybody wants to, boy, I'm telling you, y'all think we playing. You think us Florida boys playing. Let it get a tropical storm or a hurricane. Your phone is going to blow up. Your phone is going to blow up. Women do not want to do tropical storms and hurricanes alone at all. But you northerners, you northern boys, y'all don't hear about that quite often. But you Florida boys know what I'm talking about. So Puerto Rican looking good because I know I was going to eat good, freak good. And I was cool with her daughter. Her daughter was older. She was cool. It's a good young lady. Had the chick over here with the kids. I ain't never met her kids before. Do I really want to spend a weekend in the rain? She was a gorgeous sister. But do I want to spend a weekend in the rain with a woman with some little kids under 7? Ugh. Or I could have a chick that was coming over to my crib, get the coochie beat up. But she can't cook. She's just a regular round the way lady. And do I want somebody in my house for 2 or 3 days for a hurricane? So who do you guys think I picked? The one with no kids, the one with the older child, or the one with the little kids? Let me hear what you guys got to say in the comments. You guys, if you guys know me, What do you guys think I did? Like my brother Will said, he said, I will smash a woman with kids, but I will never be in a relationship. Been there, done that. He is absolutely correct. DC says this. Shout out to DC in the building. Thank you for the support, brother. D. Cole says, the coldest Jenkins that is. He said, I'm not being a janitor for Pookie. That's a good way of putting it. Passports up. That is a good way of putting it, brother. You ain't never lied. You have never lied. He also says this. He says single moms equals Netflix and chill only. Only. SYSBM. Save yourself, black man. Save yourself. Let me scroll down and hear what you guys have to say. Who you think I picked? I'm going to scroll to the bottom before I'm going to come back up for the comments. But I want to hear what you guys have to say. Who you think I picked? The PR. Absolutely correct. Yep, the one with the older kid. The one with no kids? Nope. Nope. I didn't want that woman in my house. I don't want that woman in my house. Yeah, I picked the PR. I picked the Puerto Rican kid. I'm the Puerto Rican woman. I knew her. She was cool. She could cook. And her daughter was older, so her daughter was in her own little world, her own little zone in the house. And it was a big, nice size house that she had. So it was never one of those situations. Yeah, I picked PR. Yes, sir. Without a hands down, without a question. The other chick ain't gonna spend. He said, you picked the baby. No. No. Can't do it. Can't coach them. Can't play with them. They were who we thought they were. The big chicks. They were who we thought they were. Shout out to T-Mac. Crypto Dragon said this. He said, I would smash. He said, but not date a single mother. He said, I will not take care of another man's crotch monster. Right, man. Let's scroll to the top. Shout out to all you guys, man. Let me scroll back to the top and finish off these shout outs, man. I'm only gonna be a few more minutes. We got 52 in the building. You know what? We got so many guys. Shout out to all you guys. We got so many guys in the building. I want to get started. We've been here almost 37 minutes. So blame it on my head, not my heart. We're going to get started with the show tonight. Shout out to my brother Dale in the building, as well as Tori, Mr. Brown himself. Absolutely love this channel. And all of you. Love you too, brother. Really do. Really do. And shout out to Mr. Milner and Ransom being in the building. Glad that you guys are here. You got to represent the Detroit boys.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Shout out to Poor Man 313. Let me get started. Let me change the music over. And I'll give you other guys, a shout out throughout the show. Let me pull this video up. Give me a second. Remove it from here. Slide it here. And let's get started. Let me turn the music down a little bit. Just a tad bit. Put it on. There you go.
The man's incentive for being a stepfather, y'all. Like, what's his reward at the end of the day for all of this? The only reason why I'm asking this is I was married for 14 years, y'all. And when I initially met my ex-wife, she told me that she was a package deal. Now, I understand that you're a package. You have children. I have to accept them if I want to be with you. And that's fine and dandy. But what deal am I getting at the end of the day? Because the marriage ended. I spent time. I spent money. I spent energy. I had to help keep a roof over their head. I had to help pay for schooling. I had to keep the utilities on. And a lot of times, a lot of the stepkids don't even like the stepfather. They ain't even got no respect for him. They still love their father, who don't be doing nothing for them, who's still alive and well, living his life.
That is so true. I've heard this question come up quite a bit lately. What benefits do men get if they decide to become stepdads. I've heard stepdads answer it, and it was always romanticized. I get love. I get a family. I get stepdads. Can y'all answer a question for me? It's very simple. And I mean this, and I'm not coming at you. What benefits do you get as a stepdad that you couldn't get from having your own family? And you know what I mean. Stop playing dumb when I say your own family. I mean your own kids, your own woman. What benefits do you get from another man? I'm gonna tell you something. The closest thing, and I mean this, the closest thing that I could say is if you get with somebody that already has kids, you don't have to go through those first couple of years of child rearing with the Pampers and the tight diapers and the awkward moments of the first couple of years and them just starting to walk. If the kids are already 6, 7, 4, 5, you get past. I think that's the only benefit that I can see. And I'm just I'm reaching. It may not even be real, but I'm just reaching. Because usually we meet the woman a couple years after the kid has been around. Usually we ain't meeting that woman after she just had the kids 6 months ago. That's usually not how it is. So I can sit back and say you're not there for those late nights of, the kids not being, settled with their sleeping habits when they're first born, all those things. Okay, that could be considered a slight, but I'm serious. What do you stepdads get that you couldn't have got from your own kids? Why do you have to go to another human being's kid, another man's kids, in order to get the benefits that you could get from your own seed? You can't say, well, I don't want to have kids. You're a stepdad. How you gonna say you don't want to have kids, but you're a stepdad? I can walk away. You can walk away as a regular dad. Come on, let's be honest. Let's tonight we're being grown men. There is no benefits that you get of being a stepdad. All you need to do is be patient enough to become a real dad. Stepdads are not real, are real dads. No, you ain't. I don't care what nobody say. I invested my time, my energy, my love. Okay, nobody. I know a lot of you dudes are ornery. I'm gonna tell you this. If you ever want to meet some ornery dudes, and I'm talking about just some straight stubborn dudes, you ready? You tell them, say old men? Stepdads. Stepdads are more ornery than biological dads. You think an old man, you think he just your uncle or your dad is just ornery. He just set in his ways. You ain't never told a stepdad or talked to a stepdad and they understood your point that there is no benefit of being a stepfather. Stepfathers are ornery mules. They're like mules, dudes. Ornery donkeys, if you will. They don't want to hear nothing. They have put too much money in to hear what you got to say, too much time in. They've done homework. They put clothes on backs. They put roofs over heads and put food in stomach. They were there when the daddy wasn't there. You trying to tell me after all this work, I wasted my time? Yes. Stepdads do not want to hear. A stepfather will fight you faster than a biological father ever would about his kids. A biological father, he gonna fight you if you do something to his kids. A stepfather gonna fight you if you say them ain't his kids. Tell a stepfather them ain't his kids. A biological father just gonna laugh, man. These my kids, dog. You crazy, bro? I'm telling you, these my kids, man. We already got the blood test, all that, man. Go on with that, Dre. These my kids. A biological father gonna laugh it off. A stepfather, shh. Go ahead. You want to get in the fight? You want to get in the fight? Tell a stepdaddy that he just been wasting his damn time. You better be ready to tussle. I don't care if the stepdaddy is 25 or the stepdaddy is 55. Stepdads are ornery bulls. You can't tell them nothing. That's why I talk about topics. I give you the stats on the topics and I let it go. You know why? Because I've been that stepdad. And I know other stepdads that are, you can't tell them, no, I don't care if the baby daddy was standing. I know stepdaddies, we're going to look at that tonight. Stepdaddies that's willing to fight the biological daddy about the child. You ain't his daddy, I'm his daddy. Dude, that is not your child. Well, I did this, I did that. Ain't nobody tell you to do that. Ain't nobody tell you to be stupid enough to invest your time, your money, your energy, your attention. Coach Greg Adams. You know, he want credit for everything, including the moon. Ain't nobody tell you to do that. You did that. Dude, the coochie wasn't that good, so the coochie didn't tell you to do that. You did it. And there's an avatar of men that keep doing this. There is not a coincidence that stepdads are honorary, because it's a certain type of men that we're going to discover tonight that actually fall up on into the category of what mostly a stepdad looks like. That's the avatar we're going to create tonight. So you guys will see, what do most stepdads in the West look like? So when you see that you don't fall up under that category, you can say, okay, so when the women talk about they need a stepdad, they ain't talking to me. No, they're not talking to you. When women are saying a real man, they ain't talking to you. When they're talking about support the community, they ain't talking to you. Tonight, a lot of you guys are going to be set free, because you're going to realize, okay, they ain't talking to me. And a lot of you guys are going to realize that they have been hunting you. That's going to be the headache. But I'm telling you, stepdad, some ornery motherfucker, boy, you cannot tell a stepdad. Real dads realize, I do this because I love my kids and this is my DNA. I'm supposed to put food in their stomach, roof over their head, so forth and so forth. Real dads know this. Okay, cool. No biggie. Real dad ain't even tripping on it. Stepdad get mad because he knew he ain't had no business doing it from the get-go. I'm going to say this again. The reason that stepdads get pissed when you tell them that them not his kids, because he knows deep down inside he ain't had no business putting no food in them kids' stomach, a roof over them kids' head, clothes on those kids' back, and sitting up there talk about and doing them kids' homework. You ain't had no business at nobody PTA meeting. Nobody told you to take that boy to 2-a-day football practice. Ain't nobody tell you to take that boy to basketball practice. Nobody told you to take that girl to piano. And so you did it on your own. And now for somebody to tell you that you ain't the daddy after all you done, boy, that hurts. I'm gonna tell you something. If you ever want to hurt a stepdaddy, tell him, make him feel like he wasted his time. Oh, it's gonna be a fight. It's a tussle. He gonna tell you, get out of my face before I pull one of these things on you. A stepdaddy will put a hot ball in your chest before he admit he's wasted his time and wasting his time. I have yet to meet a stepdaddy other than myself to admit, you know what? If I could go back in time, I would have never did it. I'd have went ahead and put all that time, money, energy, and effort, saved it, put it in the index fund, and used it for when I had my own biological child. That's what I told myself. All those hundreds of thousands that I spent in 14 years, I would have took those hundreds of thousands, put it in an index fund. So when God gave me my seed, it would have been so much money sitting there at that time period, it wouldn't have been a problem. That's what I would have told Andre back in the day, literally. And like I said, I had good kids. I could imagine you dudes that got horrible stepkids. At least I didn't have horrible stepkids. I had very respectful, nice stepkids. But you try to tell a boy, I'm telling y'all, if you want to fight, go ahead and tell a stepdaddy he wasted his time. Man, he gonna cuss you out from here until next Sunday, bruh. He gonna fight you over. He will fight the biological father. That's how ornery a stepdad is. A stepdad will stand toe to toe, face to face, eye to eye with the actual biological daddy and dare him to come in the house and get them kids. Dare him come in the house and help them kids with their homework. Dare him to sit back and come to them kids' birthday parties. I'm the daddy now. You ain't never been the daddy. I don't care how much you fuss, you cuss, you argue. Ain't none of that DNA, ain't no DNA of yours flowing in that house, except for if you give her another child, making her a woman with dual baby daddies. Now, if you got a child in that house and you got that woman pregnant and she already had 2 or 3 kids, about 2 or 3 other dudes, okay, now you got some DNA in that house. But until then, you ornery stepdads, I don't care what you say. See, you can tell that to dudes that ain't never been a stepfather. And you can tell that to dudes that had horrible stepfather experiences. I don't have any horror stories to tell you. So I can be honest with you. There is no way in hell I will be a stepdad ever again. Why? Because the kids were bad? Nope. The woman was bad? Nope. It's about my DNA. It's about my legacy. It's about this name of Spence DNA still flowing on this planet long after I'm gone. It has nothing to do with the stepkids. The kids doesn't, because they don't have my DNA. It has nothing to do with the woman that will be my wife. Why? She doesn't have my DNA. It's about the legacy of my name. See, it's cool for this. If the daddy don't ever show up again, his DNA still gonna be flowing through history of time. All you stepdaddies, I don't care how much homework you do, you ain't gonna never get rid of that man's DNA in that house. I don't care how many clothes you buy. I don't care how much food you purchase. I don't care how many houses you put over them kids' head. You will never, ever have a legacy, ever. When your grandkids come, you a step granddaddy. That means your DNA still ain't in that house through grandkids. When you hit 80 and the grandkids have had kids and you are a great grandfather, you are a great step grandfather. You are not a great grandfather. You will never be a great grandfather. You will never be a grandfather. You will always be a step grandfather. Yeah, the kids gonna call you Paw because it's cute and they supposed to. And you've been hanging around the house like a plant so long, so they used to call you Paw this, Paw that. But in the annals of life, you are nothing but an ostrich. You are nothing but in the way. Nobody told you to do it. You did it on your own. You are not a paw. You are a step paw. The real paw ain't been around for years. Or the real paw it's still in his kid's life. And now in his grandkid. Oh, wait a minute, pause. You stepdads, do you really think that if the biological father is in his kid's life, when them kids grow up, he ain't gonna be in his grandkids' lives? Wait a minute. You think when them kids grow up and they have kids and their daddy was there, just because you was there, them kids gonna sit back and say, well, my daddy can't be the grandfather. No, you gonna be the step paw. You gonna always be the pretend in the end. I'll say this again. You're gonna always be, I don't care how much them little kids gonna hug you because they babies. Kids gonna hug you because they see you around like a plant. You always around. So don't think just because, well, the kids love me and I love them, they supposed to. Jesus made them like that. God made them like that, to love every and anybody until we mess them up as adults. Let's be real. So just because they show love to you, they don't belong to you. But that man who's their biological dad, and them kids grow up, and they had them babies, You ain't invited into the operating room. You're not, you can wait in the waiting room, and you can wait in the waiting room with granddad. But you ain't gonna be the first grandparent to hold that baby. I'm gonna tell you that now. If you think you're gonna be the first granddad, if that kid's daddy is in their life, and them kids grow up, and that woman and your stepdaughter gives birth, and that man who is the biological father becomes a grandfather, your tail is not holding that man's grandbaby before he do. You are a replacement. You are a pretend. You are a pseudo. Get with the program. You ain't the real deal. You faking it until you make it. Until the day you die, you ain't gonna make it. You are an asterisk. Let's be real with it. I told y'all tonight we having a grown conversation. This month is Men's Mental Health Month. And that means we need to clarify some things to ourselves as men, especially men of color. You ain't the real deal. Okay, if you think I'm lying, how many of you dudes in the comments will want the stepdad to put his hands on your grandchild, your baby? He's a boy. That's a big boy. That's a big one right there. 18 pounds, that's a big boy right there. You tell him you want the stepdaddy to hold your grandchild? You gonna let him hold your grandchild before you do? Hell no. Hell no. You talking about some fighting in the waiting room? Shh. Take it from me as a stepdad who ended up becoming a step granddad. I know what it's like for little kids to look at you like, Hood. I see him all the time, but who am he? Who am he, mama? Who am he? Well, my grandkids ain't like that. Dude, stop saying them your grandkids. Them your step grandkids, bro. Just like the mother is your stepchild, or the son is your stepchild, them your step grandkids. Them kids don't automatically get your DNA because you made their mama some Fruit Loops as the mama was growing up. And you helped the mama with her homework, and now the mama is adult, and she got married, and she had a child, and that child didn't all of a sudden get your DNA, that grandchild. That's why I say stepdads are so ornery, because y'all don't never want to listen, because it hurts. Stepdads, I'm talking directly to y'all. The reason why y'all don't want to listen, because it hurts to admit if you wasted your dang time. It hurts to admit that, am I being used, or do these people really love me for me? When I die, will they be there, or will they just throw me in a hole and say, thank you, Mom, for using this fool? Every stepdad, I'm gonna say this again. And every stepdad that wants to lie about it because y'all ornery, do so. I'm giving you open house to do so. Lie to yourself about what I'm about to say. Every stepdad has those what if moments. What if I die? Will these people even be there? What if something happens to me? Will these kids turn their back on me? Will they be there for me like I was for them? What if I leave this property? Will my biological kids get looked out for like my stepkids? What if? What if the shoe was on the other foot and I had kids? Would she want to date me if I had kids the way I dated her and took care of her kids? Would she take care of my kids if it was the shoe was on the other foot the way that I've been doing? Would she do homework with my son like I did homework with her son? Would she get on her knees and pray with my daughter the way that I pray and show her daughter how to pray? It's always questions that go through your mind periodically as a stepdad. And any stepdad that says it never happens, you are such a liar. Be real. On this live stream, the only person that can look bad tonight is me. The only person that can end up looking like a fool tonight is me, just because I got the microphone and I got the cameras. That's it. So you don't have to sit back and just lie. I know what stepdads go through. Well, that was your situation. No, bruh. I know plenty of stepdads that say this. We always questioning ourselves about, so what if this or what about that? What if she's cheating behind me with the dad? Well, I don't think they're together anymore. But oh man. And here's the other part. Don't let the father get his life right. She left him when they were both 27. He wasn't ish. Met you at 33. He still wasn't ish. That man changed his life around at 35. And by the time he hit 40, he owns this, owns that. He's got this. He's walking with that. And he got a brand new girlfriend that's just as amazing as that goes along with his new life. You talking about insecurities? See, a lot of you stepdads are secure because the baby daddy ain't ish compared to you. Let's be real. He in jail. He dead. He on drugs. He don't come. Long as the baby daddy on some deadbeat stuff, y'all love it. Let that man get his life right. Oh, y'all in a panic zone. Let that man pull up like he Jay Fleming in the Corvette. Let that man talk about some. He just opened up an investment account with the kids, and he wants to spend some time with the kids to show them about him. But you ain't never opened no investment account with them kids. You ain't opened up no Charles Schwab. You ain't opened up no Fidelity with them kids or for them kids. You ain't got no Vanguard account. Let that man take them kids when they 15 and say, hey, I just bought this piece of property. This for you and your brother. This for you and your brother. Now, we're going to rent it out. I'm going to show you how rental works. And when y'all turn 20, the money from the rental is going to be in a bank account. It's going to be in a brokerage account for you. But I just want you to know, to know how I purchased this piece of property, how to look. Let that man, boy, y'all, some of y'all will shake in your boots if the baby daddy, then he could do his part. Go and tell that lie to yourself. All you stepdads, all you step boyfriends. I ain't just talking about I'm talking about the married dudes. All you step boyfriend, you live in cohabitating boyfriends. Let that boy, you talking about, you worry about your woman's licking her lips. What you mean you got a promotion? When did you get a promotion? Well, congratulations. You want to take the kids where? Or Disney? Aren't those tickets? Oh, you've paid for the flights in the first class. Oh, okay. She put that phone down and she get to calculating her love that she lost for that man, and you sitting right there playing your video game. Who's that? That was Tyrone. What are you up to? He want to take the kids to Disney World first class. He wants to take them on a Disney World vacation and pay for the hotel there already. See, 5 years ago, you used to be able to talk greasy. What's that lame doing? Is he out of jail yet? You used to be able to talk real greasy about him about 4 or 5 years ago. Made you feel like a hero as a stepdad. You stepdads and step boyfriends will never admit when that man gets his life together, you feel that little hint of intimidation. Oh, snap. Is she gonna cheat? Because think about it. Let's be real before we go back to the video. All she ever wanted in life was him to get his ish together. You are nothing but the version of what she wanted from him. Let that sink in. If he behaved the way you do, she would still be with him. The only difference is you knew how to put a roof over somebody's head, food in somebody's stomach, knew how to do homework and put clothes on backs. That's it. And now he knows how to do that? Oh, bro, you just don't know. You on count time of being obsolete now. He done got his life together. She ain't never smelled him with cologne on. Next thing you know, he come over to the house, he got cologne on. He wearing loafers. She ain't never seen him in slacks ever. Now he got on slacks and a nice little polo shirt. She looking for that beat up car that he used to drive. This man got him a Suburban sitting right there. What is she looking for? He got a Suburban because he's thinking about his kids. This what a Suburban? Oh, that's you. That's your Suburban. Oh, okay. Oh, well, I'll see you later, kid. I'll see you. Well, you looking good. Good to see you. And here you go in the kitchen, looking out the kitchen window. Mm-hmm. You're probably selling drugs again. Man, F that new. I can't stand him anyway. Let me go get me a beer. He been in the gym. When she was with him, he was putting on that weight. Boy, it's been 5 years and she started noticing he getting his life together. He been in the gym on the what? Well, I'm gonna pick up the kids after the gym. What you mean you're picking up the kids after the gym? You know I go to the gym now. I didn't know you go to the gym now. I never knew. Yeah, I go to the gym 3 times a week, almost 4 times now. How long you been going to the gym? I'm coming to pick up the kids after I leave. And then now here's the kicker that's gonna make you stepdads really mad. He not only got his life together, this the part that's gonna make her really start think about him, because when it comes to her, he is now nonchalant. Ooh-wee. Women love nonchalant men. Men that act like you ain't got me like that no more. Men that act like he got somebody even though he don't. Boy, when y'all first got together, he was hotter than fish grease. He was trying to fight you every time you turn around, stepdad, didn't he? Now, he done got his life together. This dude is so nonchalant. Gonna pick up the kid. All right, kids, get in the car. All right, Tabitha, I'll talk to you later. I'll see you later. All right, bruh. Big man Tone, I'll holler at you later. He's nonchalant. He just jump in the Suburban. He just pulls off with the kid. Woo! Ain't no arguing, no cussing, no fussing. This man look like he got a prayer life and everything. Look like he part of the 5 a.m. club. Get up at 5 a.m. to go after his goals and dreams. He doing stuff that you don't even do. Man, if you ever want to worry about what a stepdad worries about, you ready? The kids? Nope. His woman? Nope. The greatest thing that stepdads worry about is if this dude ever get his life on track, what's gonna happen? Will them kids treat me the same after they daddy grow the heck up? Will my woman treat me the same after they daddy grow up? You gonna find out on like Batman, same bat channel, same bat place. You gonna find out same bat time. But these eight guys who've never been stepfathers or stepboyfriends, these are the lies that stepdads tell themselves that they will never tell you guys. I'm giving you guys behind the curtains of how stepfathers think. And I'm not talking about me. That's just how you thought. Like I said, my situation was great. So I don't have no horror stories, but I've talked to enough stepdads, and I mean enough, a lot of stepdads and a lot of stepboyfriends. And the worst thing that haunts them is if that man ever grow to head. Boy, let that baby daddy grow up. Let him turn that baseball cap from the back to the front. Let him change that baseball cap from a baseball cap to a fedora. Let that man start shaving his beard right. I see you growing a beard. I see you growing a beard. Yes, I'm trying something new. And he nonchalant about it. He ain't like, yeah, I'm doing a little something. He like, yeah, I'm growing. I'm trying to find something new. Are the kids ready? He just ignored her little compliment. Are the kids ready? Boy, her coochie got wet. He's ignoring her now. He's treating her like a real co-parent now. He's not flirtatious anymore. Oh man, coochie wet by the time she get in the house. Drop from between taking the kids and put them in the Suburbans because she want to see the inside of his truck. Of course, she all up in the truck. She dang didn't want to jump in there herself because it smells so clean. You know, that new Suburban clean, the new car smell. So she looking in the back and, you know, she checking to see if she see any makeup or lipstick or anything that women leave in the car. So ain't no woman been in this car. Oh, okay. All right, I see you kids. Well, I see lady kids. I see. All right, Tyrone. I see you later. All right, I'll talk to you later. I'll call you when I get to the house with the kids. Nonchalant, responsible. Boy, you stepdaddies, man, y'all funny, man. Y'all don't never want to tell the world the truth about being a stepdad. Y'all don't never want to tell the world. Tonight, I'm telling the truth. The truth about if you want to be a stepboyfriend or stepdad, all these little games, these little mind games, you got to play with yourself, bro. All these little mind games, man. Y'all funny, man. Yes, sir. That cool, refreshing drink. I've got that lemonade. That cool, refreshing drink. Yes, sir. Now let me get to the comments, and then I'll hit the super chats, and then I'll get to the comments. Shout out to International Quiet Storm in the building. International Quiet Storm says this: you'll never be living your life. He said you'll never want to be living your life on eggshells as a step dummy. You owe her and them kids nothing. And I think a lot of dudes don't realize that. Shout out to Kings of Dreams in the building. Appreciate you, Brother Jay. Love you, brother. And my brother says this, Crimson Dre. Yeah, trying to be just a little bit. International Quiet Storm says this also. He said, then she will start comparing the father to this. Yes, they do. He said, remember, hypergamy is always an option for women. Always. He say the less you give a F, yep, the more women care. Absolutely correct. He gonna come to the house nonchalant, smelling good. All of a sudden, you gonna see your wife starting to flirt, and you in there playing your video game. Did this heifer just flirt? Did I just hit Tabitha? Tabitha? She ain't answering you at all. Tabitha. Oh, she think I'm playing. She let me finish off my game. Let me finish my game. She think I'm playing. She think I'm Tabitha. Tabitha. You done called her 7 times. She ain't answered. She's standing right there in the doorway. She ain't even outside. But she's so busy trying to flirt in a passive aggressive way. You smelling good for somebody. Come on now. Am I lying? You smelling good for somebody. Oh, we wearing loafers now? Oh, we don't wear Jordans all the time? Oh, we wearing you got grown man feet now, huh? I'm just saying, I ain't never seen you in no loafers. Okay, I'm just saying. Oh, now you want to tuck your shirt in. Your mama been trying to get you, and then she go back in time as if she's still part of your family. You remember your mama used to always tell you that you need to tuck your shirt in and pull your pants up. Now you want to tuck your shirt in. Now you got the nice little polo that's clinging to your body oh so right, with a nice little belt on and a nice pair of slacks with the loafers. You see how she did that? Tabitha, close the door. Close the door, Tabitha. Come on in the house. The kids are already in the Tabitha. You still calling, playing your video game. Tabitha ain't listening to you, stepdad. Stepdad, she is too busy taking this moment in. This is her moment, stepdad. Hear me out. Don't be mad at all you step boyfriends. Hear me out. Don't be mad at the messenger. I'm not telling you how I feel. I'm giving you facts. Stepdads, this is a moment you can't interrupt. She don't care if you standing right next to her or if you're in another room. Dude, you can have her on your shoulders. This is a moment this woman has been waiting on for umpteen years to see her baby daddy grow the heck up. And ain't nobody gonna interrupt it. This moment in time, she don't see no cars going by. She don't see kids in the neighborhood playing. She don't see the neighbors a sprinkler system going back and forth. She don't see cars pulling in and out of driveway. She don't see, everything is slow motion now. All she sees is the light and the glow of God coming off of this man, because she ain't never seen him with a grown man. He didn't cut them dreads off. He got a grown man haircut. She forgot that his hair was naturally curly anyway. I forgot your hair was curly. You've been wearing them dreads so long. He got him a DC taper. Looking good, smelling good. She can smell him and they ain't even hugged. It ain't like they hugging. She can smell him just smelling good to pick up the kids. Come here, my baby girl. Little man, what's up? What's up, little man? Y'all go ahead and put y'all bags in the SUV. That's your suburban daddy? Yeah, that's mine. That's mine. Go and put it. Oh, daddy, you got a nice car. Stepdaddy. They looking at your Ultima in the driveway for the last 6 years. You've been driving that Ultima back and forth. They looking at you with that old ass Cadillac in the driveway. They daddy just pulled up in the 2025 Suburban. He dang near ran over your Ultima. He dang near ran your Ultima over. He could have just pulled his truck on top of your Ultima that you've been driving them kids back and forth to school with, that same Ultima. You've been making sure that groceries been put in the trunk of that same Ultima. When them kids was sad and they got in a fight at the skating rink, it was you and that Ultima that went and picked them kids up, didn't it, stepdaddy, didn't it? Yep, you and that Ultima. When that man gets his life right, you and that ugly Ultima, ain't nobody noticing no more. Nobody. Because the one thing that every baby mama is waiting for, the baby daddy to get up, come back? No. A lot of women don't want their baby daddy again. They've been burned too bad. But they still want him to grow up. And once he grows up and acts like a man, dresses like a man, talks like a man, gives the essence and energy of responsibility like a man, he is going to look far more handsome than he did the first day that she ever spread her legs for him and gave him children. And that's what a lot of you stepdaddies don't want to admit. You do not want to see that man grow up. A lot of y'all, that's why, hey fellas, that's why you always hear dudes, men who want to be stepdaddies and stepboyfriends. Well, he in jail, dog. Yeah, I'll be with a female if the dude is in jail. Yeah, I'll be with a female if the dude lives in another state. I'll be with a female if the dude is, if he on a track, he on drugs or something. I might do that. It's always something got to be. Only you ever notice men always say that they'll get with a woman with kids if the stepdaddy is on some detrimental stuff. As long as the stepdaddy life is falling apart and he ain't nowhere in the picture, yeah, he died, man. He died in a shootout over there on Russell Street. Yeah, he got on Russell Street, make a left. Yeah, on East Russell. Yeah, he got shot over there on East Russell and Cadillac. Yeah, that one. He was one of them. As long as stuff like that happens, y'all get with a baby mama. Y'all would get with a baby mama. I hear men say that all the time. Man, y'all get with a baby mama if the real daddy ain't in the picture. If he's a deadbeat dad, y'all get with a baby mama. I don't never hear y'all talk about, I get with a baby mama with a responsible father involved. I'll get with a baby mama of a man with a, if the father has a master's or he owns his own businesses, or if he's a mechanic, or if he's a plumber or something. I'll get you. Y'all never want to get with the baby mama with a dude that got some responsibilities and he's a grown man. You ever notice that? Oh, now y'all realize, like, you know what? That's true. We never do want to get with the woman that got a baby daddy that act like he got some sense in his head. We do want him to have his life falling apart all the time. Y'all don't never get with the dude, never get with the chick that got kids on point. Shout out to my Canadian brother in the building.
Told this guy where I was from. He said, "Oh,
yes, sir, Black Nubian." And AMSL representing. He says this. He said, Andre, aka the retired stepdad, roast these stepdads tonight. Man, I'm gonna tell you something tonight. I am not even roasting you, brothers. I'm just opening up the curtains of how us stepdads think. Before I lay the foundation of being a stepdad and what women look for. Remember, this episode is dedicated to statistical numbers that show you the actual avatar of a stepdad in the United States, Canada, and UK. The actual avatar. Many of you don't fit in this avatar, so you are most likely will never be looked up on or called upon for jury duty or being a stepdad. I'm gonna say this again. Most of you that don't fall in these categories that we're going to talk tonight will never statistically ever become a stepdad or step boyfriend. It's just not in your DNA. It's just not in your cards. But the guys who fall in these categories, statistically, I did all the homework. So this is not Andre's opinion. This is the Pew Research Center, the IRS, the several major universities, and blackdemographics.com. All these are stats that we're using tonight. I don't want to hear nobody talk about, well, that's how you feel. I don't give a damn about, dude, I don't even live in the States to care about the States, to have feelings about it. So stop thinking Andre's saying stuff out of feelings. Everything I just said for the last 30 minutes has nothing to do with feelings. Be a man about it. That's why I started off by saying, stepdads, you are ornery, bruh. And all you step boyfriend, y'all ornery. You never want to listen to somebody that's got your back. Bruh, I say stuff to y'all because I love y'all. And I mean that. If I didn't care, I promise you, I'll let you walk right into that stepdad hell and live it for the rest of your life. I wouldn't say nothing. I'll sit back and say, he a grown man. He chose it. Don't complain. That's what I would say. But because I care, man, don't be mad at me if I say something that you don't agree with. You ain't, dude, eat the meat, spit out the bones. Apply to you what applies to you. If half of what I say or none of what I say applies to you, you ain't got to worry about it. But I'm telling you, statistically, there is an avatar for a stepdad, and that's what I want to talk about tonight. I didn't even know it was such thing as an avatar until I started doing my homework, and I said, wait a minute. I thought I was just doing another stepdad episode. I started going into the numbers of it, And I found out that there's an avatar, there's a type of man that becomes stepdad and is hunted. And I mean that. You are hunted to be stepdads. There are a group of men that you will never be hunted to be a stepdad. Ever. You will never be looked upon to be a stepdad. When women say, I want a real man to become a stepdad, they are not talking to you. For the community, why don't you come help these kids? They are not talking to you. High valued, they are not talking, bruh. Lemonade, that cool, refreshing drink. For you guys, it's a lemonade night. For you, some of you guys, you fit in that avatar, and that's why you end up being a step baby daddy, or you end up dating baby mamas no matter what country you go to. You always end up with a baby mama that you smashing, or you dating, or you're marrying, or you're mating, and you become the second or third baby daddy. There is an avatar, and once I discovered that there's a pattern or a type of man that falls in this 9 times out of 10, I say I got to tell the brothers about this. I can't keep this one a secret. So, like I said, some of you guys are sipping on lemonade tonight, chilling. This ain't got nothing to do with you. And some of you guys, it is not a coincidence that you keep smashing baby mamas. And why you got 2, 3, 4, 5 baby mamas. I hate to say it, but that's what it is. And that's what we're studying tonight. My brother, shout out to you, brother. Will says this. He said, Dre, did you miss my soup? Did I miss your super chat? Let me scroll back down. I don't think I missed one, Will. Eggs and dreams. Oh, there we go. Did you miss my super chat? I got that one. I think I got them all, Will. Let me scroll down. I've got your. Oh, wow, I did miss. Thank you very much, Will. Thank you very much. Will says this. He said 97% of Black kids still at home use their kids as, we're talking about the women, still use their kids as excuses, and the women feel entitled. Thinking, and I'm going to go back to that word because that's a very important word that you just said. Feel entitled, thinking they are the prize, when in fact, they are at the bottom of the dating scene. Absolutely correct. This episode is going to expose what group of men the women feel entitled to. See, they said one thing on Kevin Samuel, 6 figures, 6 feet. They know that's a fantasy. That's their fantasy dude. The one who they feel entitled to, we're going to talk about tonight. The ones that were groomed from an early age in life to become step boyfriends and stepdads. And you wonder why you knew that she already had 3 baby daddies and you became baby daddy number 4. Or you knew she already had 1 baby daddy and you became baby daddy number 2. How did that happen? There's an avatar, there's a pattern, there's a type of man. And I hate to say it, guys, I'm not coming at anybody. I'm just saying, well, that don't apply to everybody. No, it doesn't apply to everybody. It applies to enough men to feel that 97% of what these women feel like they're entitled to. They're not entitled to every man, and women are not stupid. They know that, but they do feel entitled, by their feelings, entitled to a certain type of simp that falls up under the avatar of stepdad. And they don't feel entitled to these other guys that don't statistically fall in the category of stepdad. There is an actual stepdaddy prototype, if you will. Blueprint. There's a recipe to being a stepdad. If you put these, because that's what this episode is going to be. As we watch these videos, I'm laying a foundation. This is important, guys. This is a very important episode. because I don't want this to happen to some of you guys. If you put these ingredients that we're going to be talking about tonight together, put it in the oven, set the oven on 375, leave it in there for 25 minutes, take it out, you got a stepdad. So as we look at this tonight, you'll have a chance to say, let me get these patterns out of my life so I don't fall up onto this high statistical chance of becoming a stepdad. That's why I'm sharing this tonight, not to come at, not a I got your stepdad moment. It's tonight's episode is dedicated, like I said, Men's Mental Health Month is right now. I don't want you to be going through no headaches with these ladies out here when it comes to to their kids. Number two, if your goal and your dreams is to travel around the world, it is not to travel around the world to become a stepdaddy or to just date chicks that got kids. You could have did that at the house in the States or in Canada. Now, I'm not saying don't smash baby mamas in other countries. That would be crazy, right? Have fun, bruh. But that getting serious, there's a type of dude that gets serious with women that are baby mamas in Thailand, with women that are baby mamas of new kids in the Philippines. There are women that are baby mamas with new young kids under the age of 10 in Brazil. There's a type of dude. There's a type of us that don't, and there's a type that do. And so we're going to talk about that type. So I got your backs tonight, guys. I really do. Thank you for reminding me, Will, because that was a very important super chat. Kings of Dream says this today. He said, today is my mom's birthday. He said, so I'll catch you on the replay. Happy birthday to mom. Happy birthday to mom. We get it, brother. We get it. Man Supporting Man says this. He said, Andre, if you're a responsible dad, the stepdad is going to complain to get you out of the picture. That's another thing that stepdads hate. A responsible dad. Stepdads talk good. I'm going to say this again. Stepdads talk real good. We love when the baby daddy come over and he really ain't no competition. He love his kids, but he ain't really doing nothing. You know that he live on the other side of the city. He don't live where y'all live. Y'all live in a suburb with lawns and landscapers, right? You got landscapers come through on Saturday. This dude ain't got no landscapers coming to where he live. So you kind of like, hey, come on through, come get your kids. But once he moves into a neighborhood like yours, now as a man, you feel like you got to pull out your ram horns because of competition. Even if it ain't there, you telling yourself, yeah, well, he ain't all that anyway. So what? He bought a house. And the kids say he got a swimming pool. He don't know how to swim. You got all type of snide remarks to make. I kid you not, man. You stepdads are monsters, man. Monsters. Let me hit to some of these comments. If they want to head right back to the video, I'm going to shut up for a while. I am going to shut up for a while. He said, happy vibes to all here. Love crossing borders. Shout out to brother Nate in the building. Glad to see you. Salute to Colombia with a double win in the World Cup so far. Yes, sir. We play Portugal this Saturday. Portugal. Let me scroll down. Shout out to all you guys that are here. LJ, the Southern Vegan, representing. He said, I've been there as a stepdad. He said, and went unnoticed and unappreciated. He said, and I vow to never do that again. That's facts. That is facts. Shout out to my brother in the building once again. Ernie Iris in the building. Hope I pronounced that correctly. He said, hello, brother, from all brothers from all over the world. Yes, sir. And that's what we are, from around the world. I love it, brother. Love it. Glad to see that you're here. Let me scroll. What? I'm collecting data in the building? Yes, sir. He said, I'm just not in my, I didn't get the emoji to be a step, or the mindset of being a stepdad. Let me look at it like that. Salute to you as well, Black Empowerment. And my Uncle Jeffrey being in the building. Lemonade, the cool, refreshing dream. Shout out to Eddie Murphy. AMFM says this. He said this episode is going to upset a lot of beta males and plantation lovers. I get it. I get it. I get it. Like I said, and that tonight's episode, that's why I'm exposing the stepdads. I'm not putting you down, but I'm exposing our mindset. That's why I said stepdads are ornery. We are. When I was ornery. You couldn't tell me nothing. Why? Because I put all this money and this time into these kids. You can't tell me nothing. What you mean? These kids don't love me like they love their daddy. They better love me like as much money and time I done put in these kids. Many late nights I was up doing algebra and Pythagorean theorems, helping them with equations. They better love me like they love their daddy. As many Christmas gifts that I gave them, as many birthday gifts and celebrations I gave. So you sit back and you think, man, you kind of, you get ornery. Yes, sir, Calvin. That's a good one. Calvin Johnson left at the top of his career too. That is so true. He'd have broke all. Shout out to my man Vic in the building. What? Shout out to Vic. He said, just think of Barry. He said, just think of Barry ran behind Larry. Oh. That was the other part. Emmitt Smith had Hall of Fame linemen. Dudes that went into the hall as linemen blocking for him. Man, stop it. Stop it, Emmitt. Put Emmitt on the Detroit Lions at that time period. And put Barry on the Dallas Cowboys at that time period. Man, it would have been a completely different ball game. My brother says this. He said, a little something for the tip jar, bro. Yes, sir. I'll take that love. I'll take that love. And we got Kofi in the building. Glad to see you here, Kofi. He said, Dre, just curious. What was the thought process you had to become a stepdad? He said, I'm sure, like most of us, just curious. Sure, if you already explained. He said, I'm coming in late. No, I didn't answer that question yet. That was a good question. What was my thought process? First of all, because and I'm being sincere, the woman, what was the woman like? My Uncle Jeffrey can tell you, in my one of my closest friends, Sean Upshaw, when he comes on the show all the time, they will tell you, my wife was beautiful, very soft-spoken, fit, feminine, friendly, supportive, submissive. She was the regional store manager for Kohl's department store. So she ran, like in the city, she ran like four or five Kohl's stores. That's what her job was. She was the district manager or the regional manager for Kohl's department store. So she was already six figures. How we originally got to Florida was they transferred her to St. Petersburg to open up several stores of Kohl's in St. Pete and in Tampa. That's how we got to the suburbs of Tampa, all that, right? We moved back because she took over some stores in Fort Wayne, Indiana. And then that's when we separated. But I said, I'm going back to Tampa. That's when I moved back to Tampa. Then me and Jeffrey ended up in Tampa for 14 years, right? But my foundation was the woman fell up on the category that the average woman didn't. The average woman, even at that time period, was not fit, was not feminine, was not friendly. Even if they were fit, they weren't feminine, they weren't friendly. They weren't supportive, they weren't submissive. They dang sure weren't soft-spoken. Even if she raised her voice, it was just so, like Andrea. Andrea could get mad, but she doesn't raise her voice. Andrea has disagreements. That's why I say we don't argue, because we have a disagreement, and even those disagreements, we nip it in the bud in seconds, dude. I don't think me and Andrea have had really major. No, we haven't had a blowout ever. We've never had a back and forth. Rah, 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 rah. We haven't had that. So anybody know, like I said, Jeffrey could tell my ex-wife was very beautiful, very, very soft-spoken. Kids. I met the kids at, her son was 4 and her daughter was 11. Very respectful, very down-to-earth kids. The families on both ends were supportive. Now, I was like a lot of you stepdads. I'm be honest. The baby daddy wasn't in the picture. This Negro couldn't stay out of jail. It wasn't the fact that the kids didn't want to see him. It wasn't the fact that she didn't want him to see the kids. This dude stayed in and out of jail. He was at that point in his life, he was just on F up. And it was petty stuff. Like one time this dude got drunk, was so drunk, fell asleep at the stoplight. He there for hours. Just so happened the police pull up behind him. Passed out, pissy drunk. Behind the wheel. Yeah, we about to lock you up. Go on back to jail, bro. Go on back to jail. So I gotta admit, I was like a lot of you. That's why I can admit when I tell y'all something, I know what I'm talking about. There was a part of me that I didn't want to see a brother going to jail all the time, but it made my journey as a stepdad a lot smoother. If you don't want to have your life right, and I do, it makes my transition a lot smoother. I ain't got to see you coming around all the time. I ain't got to see you come pick up the kids. Why? You in jail. And he stayed in jail on petty stuff, man. It wasn't never no major stuff. It was always petty stuff. He got in a fight at a bar. And you look at her being a professional woman, you're like, how did you being a professional woman have kids by this dude? And I was like, oh, well. So there were a lot of things that made the scenario a lot smoother for me. So I thought. But the deeper I got off into being a stepdad, step boyfriend first and then a stepdad, I started to realize the lies and the mind games. It took me a couple years, I won't lie, to realize how many mind games I had to play with myself to be a stepdad. It's so many mind games you got to play. And any stepdad that said that you don't, you're lying. That's why I say that's one of the mind games is stepdads are ornery. Stepdads don't think that they're ornery. They just think I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. No, you're ornery. You can't tell stepdads anything. A stepdad will fight a biological dad in a New York minute over them kids. Biological dads do not be coming to the house talking about, yeah, I want my woman back. Not all the time. Sometimes, but not all the time. So why do stepdads and biological dads get into fights if it's not over the woman? Stepdads feel that I put in so much work on a regular day. Who the hell are you to come because you're the biological father to say or to carry yourself as if my efforts don't matter? And that's what hurts. Stepdads don't get mad. I'm gonna tell you something. You know what stepdads get? Stepdads get hurt. I'm gonna say this again. Stepdads, you don't lie. Don't lie tonight. You don't get mad at the biological father. You get hurt because of the biological father. Because in that moment, the biological father is saying, my biology outweighs every effort that you put in. And when the kids or the baby mama acknowledges that, you feel hurt. You feel used. You feel disappointed. You are not just mad to be mad. You are disappointed, you are hurt, and you feel used because all he had to do was come with DNA. Remember I tell y'all the story all the time? My stepdaughter, we were in the car drive. I thought we were about to drop her off at skating somewhere. So we're driving, and it was like right around her birthday. And so she said, look what my dad got me. Now remember, he always in jail, but he's out at this time period, got her birthday gift. Small little cheap chain with her initial on it. D, right? With the D on it. Boy, you would have thought, she probably like 13 at that time period. You would have thought that man went to Fort Knox and gave that young lady a brick of gold. It was a thin, paper thin. You dude, if she rolled over in her sleep, it'll break type of chain with her initial. And she was, bruh, it didn't matter all the homework I helped her with, all the dresses I paid for, all the shoes I paid for. It didn't matter all of the time. I'm the one that's dropping her off and her friends off at skating and gonna pick them up after skating. None of that mattered, bruh. Them trips to Disney World, taking them on a cruise, bruh, ain't none of that matter. I'm telling you that now. None of that matter. Cedar Point, none of it. Because when biological gave her that D, the world is at peace. I was not envious. And I had matured enough as a stepdad to realize, Dre, don't even be hurt. Don't even be disappointed. No, that's what I was. I was disappointed. I wasn't hurt. I wasn't mad. But I gotta admit, I was a little disappointed. I looked up, she was proud. She sitting up there like, dude. Showing her friends, look, girl, look. Couldn't tell her nothing. I'm sitting up there driving, looking at that. Okay, but as many gifts I done gave this woman, she's sitting up there just in love with that damn. I'm telling y'all, man. So even if the foundation, in other words, the process in which I became a stepdad was a smooth process, once you're in it, you still got to do the double dutch. That's the part. Even if your transition, you had the right baby mama, she had a great career, she was fit, feminine, and friendly, she was soft-spoken, she was submissive, and she was supportive. Even though the kids were the sweetest kids you ever want to meet, you still have to play double dutch in your mind the whole time you're a step boyfriend or a step baby daddy. And any man that says he doesn't, he is lying. He is lying. It doesn't happen all day, every day. No, it doesn't happen all day, every day. But it happens so often that you think that this dance is not worth it. I got to get off this roller coaster. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. That's the part. That's the that's the part of being a stepdad. So even if you got good kids and a good baby mama, the scenario of being a stepdad is too many mental gymnastics, too many mind games you got to play with yourself to be a quality stepdad. And I don't mean just being a stepdad in the house. And I'm talking about you guys that are quality, really in a kid's life, really in the marriage. You know, you move around as a package deal because there's some good kids and a woman is a good woman. So y'all move as a package deal. And when it's not appreciated, yeah, you do feel a little hurt or disappointed. International Quiet Storm says this. He said, Dre, I think it's because you and Andrea's temperament is even keel and logic. That's true. The other thing is Andrea and I apologize like this. I'm a buck stop here type of guy. So I have no problem to admit, hey, I was wrong, bruh. Whether it be to a dude, hey, you know what, bruh? That made sense what you said. I got to give you that one. My bad, bruh. Seriously, my bad. See, I never had no problem apologizing to no man. I ain't never had no problem acknowledging to no woman. Like, you know what? Lesson learned. I might not be sitting around saying, I'm sorry, babe, I'm sorry. I ain't gonna do all that. But I'm gonna let a woman know, my bad, lesson learned. Duly noted. Andrea is the same way. Andrea is quick to apologize, like, okay. And she'll sit down with you and she'll look you right in the eye. She'll say, babe, I just want to apologize for what I said, or I forgot to do. I was thinking about this. I was wrong. You made a good point. Andrea is very calm with her apologies, and she's calm when she gets upset. Like I say, Andrea's one of them really people that talk real slow and they become soft-spoken when they get angry. She's one of them people that says, I have a special set of skills. One of them type of people. She like a John Wick type of speaker when she get upset. Like her voice she just gets really quiet and she gets really intensely serious. Where you like, oh, okay. Okay. You made your point. Will says this. He say, Dre, here's one for you. He say, my grandmothers from the greatest generation scolded me for marrying a woman. Shout out to grandma. A woman with kids. She said, you should never be a stepdad. Nothing good ever comes from a reunion, from that union but trouble. Even if you cause your trouble to yourself mentally. A lot of times stepdads have to ignore so many things. Okay, all you stepdads and stepboyfriends think I'm lying. When that man calls to talk to that woman at 9 o'clock at night, another man calling your woman and can talk as long as he wants, you have to play mental games to keep your mouth shut because you're supposed to be the man of your house. When them kids, like my stepdaughter, Daisha, when Daisha was playing with her D in the car, I didn't pull the car over and tell her, get out. As much as I've done for you, your daddy just gave you that little piece of gold and you want to get out. You can't do that as a stepdad. You got to lie to yourself and say, that's good that your dad does that. That's good. You know how many lies you got to tell yourself as a stepdad? A step boyfriend, man, you talking about God don't like liars. Boy, that's another reason why you don't see no stepdads in the Bible. People try to say, well, Joseph was a stepdad. No. Was Mary not still a virgin after she had Jesus? Was she not a virgin when she had him? And then after she had the baby, was any man with her yet? No. So when Joseph got her, she was still pure. How many of y'all done had a woman that had a baby and she's still a virgin after she had the baby? Oh, none of us? So we cannot compare ourselves to Joseph's situation. And according to the Bible, they had 6 more kids. Because in the Bible, they named all 4 of his brothers by name. And then they said in the same verse, and his sisters were waiting for him. So we know he had at least 2 sisters. Because in that particular verse, when he was preaching in Peter's house, and his mama came to the doorway, it said his brothers, and then the names off all 4, like James and Joshua. It was like 4 J's, kind of funny. And I can see that with the daddy being named Joseph. And then it says also with the mother was his sisters. So Jesus had at least 2 sisters, 4 brothers from a virgin woman. Our situations ain't the same as Joseph. So let's not talk about, well, God called Joseph to be a stepdad. Completely different scenario, completely different results. Completely different. My point is that there are so many mind games that you have to play as a stepdad. You really do. You cannot sit up there and say, that I'm a stepdad or step boyfriend, and I don't have to shut my mouth when it comes to certain things. There's a lot of things as stepdads, you got to keep your mouth shut and play these mental games. Responsibility. You got to pretend as a stepdad that those are really your responsibilities. No, they ain't. You created that responsibility in your mind. You decide to marry her and create responsibilities in your mind to take care of her and them kids. See, the biological father, by law and by and just by human history, he knows that those kids are his responsibility by DNA and by the laws of the land, right? In any country. Let's be real. His DNA says he's supposed to be responsibility. And the laws say he's supposed to be responsible. You purposely, mentally told yourself that these are your responsibility when the law didn't tell you those are your responsibility and DNA didn't tell you that those are your responsibilities. You decided to walk into that house and take on that woman and her kids. There are so many mind games you got to play and lie to yourself, and just lies upon lies upon lies all the time, and denying yourself and pretending, no, it ain't like that, Dre, is like this. And you can say, well, my situation is, all of us stepdads will always say, my situation ain't like that, it's different. Why? Because the other lie you got to tell yourself as a stepdad, I'm not honoring, I'm just being honest. I knew what I was getting into. All these lies. No stepdad knows that he's going to get into these mental gymnastics. Why do you think 66% of blended families divorce? Why do you think 66%? You almost got a 70% chance the moment you marry her that marriage is going to break down like your old Ultima about to break down. And why do you think stepdads are twice as likely, 61%, to where traditional fathers file for the divorce at a 20 to 30% clip? Double that for stepdads. Why do you think stepdads file for divorce at 61% of the time? Why? Because you get tired. It is exhausting lying to yourself like that all the time. Playing these mental games subconsciously. Stepdads, you do it so much for so many years, you don't even notice that you're doing it anymore, but you're still doing it. Like I said, my stepdaughter, she came with that D from her dad. We were like 3-4 years into the marriage. I think she was going on 14, not 13. I met her at 11. And I think she was going on 14. That was her 14th-year-old birthday. So when she got that D, and I was happy for her. I really was, because her dad was trying to show some type of support. And 9 times out of 10, it was his mama and his daddy that paid for it, because he came from a good family. He just was the black sheep of the family. So hats off to his family, because they were very professional, had their own this. I mean, just really good family that he came from. But he was the only boy of like 4 girls. And so he was spoiled. And so when he became an adult, he was spoiled. And he just ended up out of jail all the time. So I believe 9 times out of 10, the grandparents bought Daisha that chain and said, this is from your daddy. Right? But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Because when I was in that car, no matter who bought that chain for Daisha, it was my job to play as an adult, play my mind game. Oh man, that's nice, Daisha. Ooh, what? When did daddy give it to you? I ain't mad at you. Go ahead, show off your thing. I got to do all these mind games. I got to lie, because I know that this is not my biological DNA. So who am I to bust the bubble of a child? You're constantly lying. You constantly got to, everybody's, when a baby mama mad, come on, all you stepdads and step boyfriends. When the baby mama is mad and she's had a bad day because she just got off the phone with the biological father who said, I can't pick up the kids this weekend. And you and her had plans on doing a staycation. Meaning y'all had a hotel room already set up on the other side of the city. Y'all was gonna spend the weekend together just doing romantic things. Guess what, stepdad? That dream is deferred because them kids ain't going nowhere because the biological dad ain't gonna pick them up this weekend. So now here you go. Two things you got to do. You got to lie to yourself and say, I ain't that mad. I ain't that mad. Even though I got reservations, I ain't that mad. Even though I had dreams of hitting that coochie in a jacuzzi, I ain't that mad. So you got to lie to yourself. And then at the same time, you got to calm your wife or your girlfriend down from being pissed because you the man. So now you got to listen to her vent and just talking your ear off. And then you turn around and don't be dumb enough to be like I was. Well, what happened? When you ask a woman who's already pissed at her baby daddy, what happened? You just opened up yourself for another 30 minutes of talking. And then the other dumb question we do as stepdads, well, what he gonna do? So now you realize I got to lie to myself like I give a dang about what this other man didn't do. Like I care. I got to sit up here and be consolent, and I got to be baby, it's going to be all right. Year in, year out, year in, year out, year in, year out. Are you really ready for that? Bruh, you lose your job, or your job just said we laying people off for 90 days. Now you stressed. You ain't stressed because you try to make sure your house is taken care of with your wife or your girlfriend and you. You stress because for the last 4 years, you've been taking care of you, your wife/girlfriend, and them 2 kids in that other room. Them kids ain't done nothing to nobody. And you got laid off. And now as a stepdad, now you got to tell yourself lies and put pressure on yourself economically as if you were a real dad putting stress on yourself economically. You purposely put yourself in a situation that what if your money got funny one day, you still gonna have to take care of them kids like they're your DNA. And you do. And then years later, they grow up and they want to spend more time with their biological dad than you. And you thinking like, I'm the one that paid for them braces. I'm the one that went without. When I lost my job and I had to go look for another one, I'm the one that went without while everybody else had. I'm the one they forgot about 3 years ago to get me a Father's Day gift. But they didn't forget their daddy. I'm the one the mama had to tell the kids to get me a Father's Day gift. The first 4 years we was together. And now that they 19 and 14, they would rather spend more time with their biological dad at his house than here. And we used to play wrestle. And I was the one that showed my son how to mow a lawn, my stepson. And I was the one that showed my stepdaughter how barbecuing is really done, how you really make that barbecue sauce pop. I was the one that did that. I bought my first stepdaughter her first cell phone. You get the reminiscing off of all that. And here's the kicker. Ain't nobody tell you to do none of that stuff for the last 10 years. God ain't tell you to do it. Your mama ain't tell you to do it. Your friends, they ain't tell you to become a stepdad. Your homegirls ain't tell you to do it. Your co-workers ain't tell you to do it. Your pastor, your imam, or your priest didn't tell you to do it. The only person that was dumb enough to tell you to do it, become a stepdad, take it from me, is you. You're the only one that told you to become a stepdad. Do not say that God called you to be a stepdad. There's nowhere in the Bible God called somebody to be a stepdad. Nowhere. You can't put that on your mama because your mama will not put that evil on you. Your mama be like, are you sure, baby? Are you sure she got 3 kids, baby? You sure you want to be with the 3 kids? Your pastor, don't put that on your pastor. Don't put that on your priest. Do not put that on your imam. Don't put that on the people. Don't say your co-workers talked you into it. You know your homeboys told you to hit it and quit it. You were the one that fell in love. Don't put that on your homeboys. Don't even put it on your homegirls. Because your homegirl's going to say, she seems nice. Are you sure? The only one that was 100% on your team for you to jump into that dang double dutch known as stepfathering was you. You did it to yourself. So when everything didn't go the way that you wanted, in other words, the kids grew up and they wanted to spend more time with their daddy, you put yourself in that situation. Ain't nobody tell you to do that. Ain't nobody give you a pat on your back. Nobody did that. Nowhere in human history do they say a real man would. I'm so proud of all the stepfathers out there. No. They're proud of this avatar that we're going to talk about tonight. Because the rest of us were not called to be stepdads. But these dudes in this avatar, you were. And that's why women hunt for you. I wasn't supposed to be a stepdad. I don't fit in the avatar. Many of you dudes who are stepdads, the reason why it's so frustrating, watch, by the time this episode ends, you're going to realize that's why the hell I don't like being a stepdad, because I don't fit in that stepdad statistical avatar that we're going to look at tonight. Now let me shut up because we've been sitting here for 2 hours. I'm gonna holler at you guys, and then we're gonna hit to the video. My brother Chris Jeezy says that he said it's the most ungrateful duty in the world. The mother will never keep things in order. No, because they think things are in order by not being in order. He said, I'm dipping in Will. Will says, he said that's a good rule to follow. He said most women with children, in my opinion, have issues just to stay around long enough to find they ain't ish and nothing but nothing but drama, shame, and dash that, bro. That's serious. Let me go to my brother, men supporting men. He said my dad was a 3rd baby daddy, and even my mom didn't want me to be a stepdad. That's a good way of putting it too. Even your mom told you, like, you know what, son? Yeah, enough is enough. Let's go to the videos, guys. Let's go back to the beginning of the video because we hadn't gone far anyway. I'm gonna let this ride for a bit.
What is a man's incentive for being a stepfather, y'all? Like, what's his reward at the end of the day for all of this? The only reason why I'm asking this is I was married for 14 years, y'all. And when I initially met my ex-wife, she told me that she was a package deal. Now I understand that you're a package. You have children. I have to accept them if I want to be with you. And that's fine and dandy. But what deal am I getting at the end of the day? Because the marriage ended, I spent time, I spent money, I spent energy. I had to help keep a roof over their head. I had to help pay for schooling. I had to keep the utilities on. And a lot of times, a lot of the stepkids don't even like the stepfather. They ain't even got no respect for him. They still love their father, who don't be doing nothing for them, who's still alive and well, living his life.
So I know a lot of women don't want to hear this, but in reality, there's really no benefits to a man being a stepfather. There really isn't. There's no benefits to a man coming into your life and playing the father role to another man's child. So if this is the case where a man decides to choose you, even though you have a child by a different man, or maybe you even have multiple kids by different men, you should be overly grateful. Instead of having a form of entitlement like, oh, I deserve this and I deserve a man that's going to be a father figure for my child. And let's just say the child's father is still in the picture, right? And this man still chooses you. At the end of the day, if he's with you, he's still going to have to play some type of father figure in the household and also help financially some type of way with their child, right? So instead of being entitled and being like, oh, well, I deserve this. No, you don't deserve anything. You need to have even more gratitude that a man even decided to take you on because you have baggage.
All right, let's get started with the building of the avatar. First sign that you are part of the avatar of being a stepdad. Like I said, we're building the actual prototype. And by the time we get to the end, you'll know if you fall in the prototype of what women hunt after when it comes to being a stepdad. What groups of men are most likely to become a stepdad? Children with blended families or stepdads by race. So let's break it down by race. Black children are most likely to have a stepdad, 28%. Hispanic children, only 19%. White children are twice as less than likely to have a stepdad at 15% compared to blacks. Asian children, only 7% of them will ever become stepdads. I mean, ever become children will have a stepchildren situation. So right now, the first part of the avatar is statistically black kids. If you want to date a black woman with black, 9 times out of 10, you are 28% compared to other of all the dads in the United States. Of all the dads, 28% that are raising kids, all the dads that are raising kids, all the dads in the United States that are married, black children at 28% will have a stepdaddy. So anybody that's messing with black women that got black kids, the first part of the prototype is black women and black kids. You are most likely, if you date majority black women, you are twice as likely to be in a blended family situation than white men. White men is 15%, black men is almost 28, almost might as well say 30%. Twice as likely. So they do not talk, they're not talking about, when they talking about baby mamas and step this and step that, they are not talking about white women. They are not talking about Asian women. They are barely talking about Latin women. They are talking about black women with kids. So all you dudes that want to deal with your black queens, do it, bruh. Do it. But do remember, you have the highest rate of dealing with baby mamas than any other race. Than any other race. You're twice as likely to deal with baby mamas than white men. Y'all don't want to hear that part, but we building the avatar tonight.
I just wanted to really get on here and give a special shout out to men who take care of other men's children.
And the man who steps up to be that great stepfather and leads those children in the right direction along with that.
You notice that it's the black women that's talking like this. You notice if you go all over TikTok, you might find a couple of white women like that talk like this. Okay. How many of y'all have seen Asian women on TikTok talking like this? For all the Asian men that step up and become stepdaddies, you never heard that? I mean, you can go on all over different platforms. You can look for some. The stat I just gave you. Only 7% of Asian families are step parents. So you ain't gonna hear no Asian women all over social media talking about you a real man if you take care of. You don't hear that? When was the last time y'all saw a video by a bunch of white women that said, we just want to thank you for stepping up and being a real man. Have y'all seen that, white women? Oh, you ain't seen that many from white women? I ain't seen none. It's got to be the Latin sisters. The Latin sisters got the videos out there. I mean, we live in South America, but we ain't talking about South America. We're talking about North America right now. You got a bunch of videos. Latin. Y'all should step up, Poppy, and take care of these kids, Papacito. You ain't seen no video like that? How come they always up in our face as black men congratulating us for being step simps? How come our women, the sisters, are always, you know why? Because we just look at the statistics. The person that is most likely to be in a blended family is the black man. Black man, we're just going by race right now. We're just talking about race. We're going to talk about education. We're going to talk about economics. We're going to talk about a lot of things. So when I say we're building up, the first thing is the first prototype of what women look to hunt after, to go after. If they're looking for a stepfather for their kids, first person they looking at, you got to be black. Because ain't nobody else falling for that ish. So all you white brothers that's watching, this is lemonade night. All you Asian brothers watching, here's to you. You Latino brothers, you Latin brothers in the States, I got you, bro. But you black men, yeah, y'all get vinegar. You don't get lemonade tonight. You get vinegar. Statistically, you are more likely than any other race to fall for that BS. We just hit the first plateau. The first plateau was race. Don't be mad. Those are the stats. Don't be mad at me. Those are the stats. If you are a black man, you are more prone to have your women try to convince you to be a stepdaddy than any other race. Asian women don't try to convince their men to be stepdaddies. Latin women in America, for the most part, does not try to convince their men to be stepdaddies compared to black men. White men are twice as less likely to be try to be encouraged or pushed into being a stepdad compared to black men. If you are a black man, you are twice as likely compared to a white man to be pushed and pressured into being a stepdad. Sorry, black men. It's just the facts. And like I said, I'm going to drop the link to the Pew Research Center article on this. My brother Kofa says this. He said, looks like our likelihood of being stepdads and how high our divorce rates are. The numbers aren't lying. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Let's continue on. So that's why you hear these ladies saying, oh, you black men, thank you for being stepdad. The reason why they're a real man, because they're talking to a type of man. Remember I said that? They are hunting and stalking a type of man, not all men. They're not talking to the Asian men when these ladies are talking. They're not talking to the Latin men or the white men or the Middle Eastern men when these ladies are talking. They are talking to your black ass. So let's continue on.
That mother is very strong.
I see that men get called weak because they raising another man's child. That's not being weak. That's called a man.
A man is very.
See that? Let me bring it back what she just said. You see how they hype up? What men are they talking to? See, we often hear them talk, but we never ask ourselves, who are these women talking to? The first level, who they're talking to, are black men. We're the only ones dumb enough to fall for this rhetoric.
black men.
With that mother is very strong.
I see that men get called weak because they raising another man's child. That's not being weak. That's called a man.
A man is very, 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 very far from weak for stepping up to the plate and taking care of a responsibility that he did not create.
I do have a son. I'm sorry.
How old is he?
He is 4.
Because all a stepdaddy is a simp who settled for something he didn't deserve. Like, what the hell do I look like taking care of another man's sperm? Like, y'all know how deep that shit go? Like, a lot of these women done brainwashed a lot of y'all niggas into thinking that shit is so cool, bro. Into being a stepdad, to taking care of another man's child, to taking care of another man who came in her child, bro. That shit is crazy. But it's what these women are brainwashed a lot of these guys to be. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of these times, bro, these women, they have soul ties to the man they have children with. Do you know what women go through? Do you know what happens in that delivery room with the male and the father and the child that's conceived? You really think she's about to forget that guy? And you think you're just about to come in and change her whole mind, and you think you're going to be the best thing she done ever had after she already done created life with another man? Shit is crazy, bro. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these women are damaged, bro. That's why they can't hold on to these relationships.
Something women will never, ever admit to you about is that the moment you become the stepfather to her children, she loses all respect for you. She might use you because you're very useful and you're looking after kids that aren't yours, but she can't respect you because she would never do the same if she was you. If you ever asked her, let's see your kids every 2 weeks, or let's see your kids on the weekends, but we live with my kids and you cook and clean and look after my kids, or your kids will see once in a while, she would tell you to fuck off. So the fact that you're willing to do that, you're willing to see your kids every now and then, and you're willing to just put all your energy into her kids and raising her kids over and above your own, who can respect somebody who chooses that?
She's making an excellent point. If the shoe was on the other foot, would these women want to be with you? All you stepdads out there, since you think you're such a good guy, if your kids were living with you both and she could only see her kids every other weekend, would most women sign up for that? Let's be real. Would most women that you guys are married to sign up for that? If you had to convince the woman that you are in love with who has kids to only be able to see her kids every other weekend, but you guys are going to from now on live full time with your kids, how many women you think will sign up for that? Yeah, that's what I thought. So when y'all stepdads be talking, that's all y'all doing, talking.
The dumbest thing.
Being a stepdaddy is the most vile shit you can do to yourself as a man. Cause like, she don't really love you for real. She don't really fuck with you for real. It's just more so just the presence of having a man in the house. And it's like, oh, he's gonna provide for me. He's gonna do what my other baby daddy did do. They don't give a fuck about that nigga. Cause he'll never be the real thing. The child is never gonna respect him. When nigga get to yelling it too loud at the mama, shit, the son wanna jump in and whoop him to sleep. Food jacket, she gave you that cat, cooking you them fish and grits in the morning, eating that dick out the bone. So it should never give, oh, I'm finna move my PlayStation in here. I'm finna lock in with you. We finna start taking trips. You degrade yourself as a man, as a stepfather. That's just my opinion.
All right, let's look at the next stat. So we looked at the race. Now we're gonna look at the economics. This one is crazy. This one, by the Pew Research Center, when it comes to building the avatar of the stepdad, first of all, he's got to be black. Secondly, economics. You are more likely to become a stepdad if your income is right around the $30,000, $40,000 per year. 50% of stepdads are broke. 30,000, 40,000 a year. Those men who make 30 to almost 80,000 a year, 43% of you are willing to be stepdads. Guys that make 75,000 and up are less likely at only 36% of the stepdad pool. So the more money men make
the less likely they are to become stepdads. So when women were going on Kevin Samuels for all those years saying they want a 6-pack, 6 foot, more than 6 inches, and 6 figures, statistically, men who make more money are less likely to become stepdads. Now, you would think the guy that can afford to be a stepdad would become a stepdad, right? Or a stepboyfriend, right? No, it's the broke dudes that are more likely. Now, let's put the first two together. Black and broke. Those are the first two areas of being of the avatar. You got to be a black dude and you got to be a broke dude. Now, let's talk about class or the area of community which you were raised or where you live now. Let's talk about that, because that's important. You are, once again, because of your economics, low-income household men make up 50% of the stepdads in the world, in the United States. You are the most likely dudes from the hood. You will make a step boyfriend. Middle-class people, middle-class dudes, make up only 43%. So that's not too far off. But upper-class men make up, or men that live in really nice areas of a city, make up the lowest amount at 36%. So when women sit back and say that six-figure dudes, when Kevin kept saying, listen, six-figure men are not looking for women with kids. And he kept saying it, and nobody believed him. Well, the Pew Research Center is showing us proof tonight of the avatar that's being built. So first of all, to be a stepdaddy, statistically, when women are hunting in real life, not that fantasy of 6 figures that they told Kevin Samuels, when the cameras and lights were off, who is marrying baby mamas? Who is having, who not just having sex, but who is having solidified relationships and even cohabitating with baby mamas? Who's doing this? First level, black men are doing it. Second level, the lowest economic black men are doing it. Third level, black men who are mainly in the lower class or the lower middle class are doing it. So we already looked at the first 3 areas of when they say a real man would, they're talking about black, broke, lower class men. That's who's marrying and cohabitating with these women statistically. This has nothing to do with Andre's opinion, your opinion, women's opinion. Statistics are just stats. These are stats that you get from the IRS. Who's married, who's not married, who's cohabitating, who's not cohabitating. The statistics show that men with money are less likely to become stepfathers. That's just it. Men who live in nice communities are less likely to become stepfathers. That's it. They sold you that mess on the Brady Bunch. They made it seem like a white man with kids would marry a white woman with kids and they can live in this architect's wonderful house, a high-income man. Notice that was on television. The Brady Bunch was statistically the opposite of what facts show. The Brady Bunch should have been Good Times meets, I don't know, what other show they would have? Good Times meet the Huxtables or something. Or it should have been Good Times meets some other broke family. South Central. That's what it should have been. It should have been Good Times, the television show, and South Central, the television show. That's what it should have been. That's what the Brady Bunch should have been statistically. Black, broke, lower class communities. That's what, and they can sit back and say, I don't want that. I don't want that. Of course, your fantasy man, ladies, is who you don't want. Who you are statistically cohabitating with, having babies with, and who you're looking to be the stepfather and you're marrying, statistics say he's black, he's broke, and he come from a neighborhood that it's not the best. We just looking at those stats. Oh, we about to look at some more. We're gonna look at some more tonight. I told you, most of us dudes don't even fall in these categories, so you don't even have to worry about it. You don't even fall in these categories. Our brother Kofa says this. He says the answer is nope. He said I had custody of my daughter, and I had a woman tell me that they will not be serious with me because I had a girl. You had custody. He said more men are willing to be stepdads than women are willing to be stepmoms. Absolutely correct. I'm gonna get to the Cash App in a second, guys. Absolutely correct. And that is a fact. That is a fact. Let's continue going. Let's continue on, guys. I know these numbers are like crazy. Like you never thought about it because the way these women talk about six figures, not realize statistically they'll never get six figures. And you hear these women talking about the white man. I'm going over to the white man. Well, the white man is not going to take you if you got kids, statistically. And a suburban dude is not going to take you if you got kids. Let's continue on. Continue on with the video.
They be like, they want a rich man. Rich men don't. Ain't no rich dude sitting around like, I wonder what Keisha with them 3 kids is up to. I feel like changing a life today. It don't happen. It's unreal. A lot of women have this idea of the great, perfect man, right? And it's not even something that they really want. That's just what they heard somebody else want. Right. Like, that don't make sense.
I want a guy, he need to be over 6 foot tall. He need to be educated. He need to be well-rounded. He need to be...
What you need a man that tall for? You ain't tall. You got high cabinets in yeah, you need a man that's 6'7".
He needs to be well-read. He got to want to travel when they ain't been nowhere.
Why?
But I'm just saying, that's what they want.
I don't let my kids hang out with kids from broke families. And it's not because they're broke. It's because I know that they must have limiting beliefs, and I don't want that passed down to my kids. The problem is, if I let my kids hang out with people that have limiting beliefs, they will pass all that on to my kids, which is exactly what I don't want. And that is why I never tell my kids, we can't afford it. That's impossible. You shouldn't go after that. It's too big. Because if they get any limiting beliefs as kids, as they grow older, they will never chase after that big dream. And this is exactly what a broke family can pass on to my...
You weigh 200 pounds, you got 3 kids, you're 37, and you think a man out here making 6 figures gonna just want you. I can't front. People do need to kind of check themselves when they go out here looking for motherfuckers.
Productive, competitive, successful men, high value men are not lining up to be stepfathers. I don't care who says they should. I don't care who's attempting to shame men, black men in particular, saying if you love the black community, you need to go ahead and marry these women with children. That's bullshit. Quite the opposite. I think that if that's the case, I think it should be the other way. If these single mothers love their black community so much, they should be doing what they can to make their children not a liability, but an asset. They should be doing more than single women to prove to the men that would marry them that they are a worthy candidate to be their wife, and that they will be grateful, appreciative, and pay that man back for taking a risk in marrying a woman with a child. That's right. It's your child, ladies. It's not his child. And trying to make a single man responsible for a mother with a child's responsibility is crap. You ladies need to stop listening to men who are trying to shame men because of choices you made as an adult. I'm not shaming you. My mother was a single mother. But there's this notion that somebody needs to come along and to show they love the community, they need to fix it. No, the pressure needs to be put on the people who did it, the women.
Would y'all agree that a single man with no kids, that's successful, that's making the amount of money that you guys say men should make, them dating a single mom is a mistake?
No, why is it?
Okay, you gonna say no?
I don't think it is either.
Okay.
No.
Okay. I'm being very specific when I say this. That women with kids serve a purpose.
Yeah.
The purpose is not single successful guys with no kids that they want. Those guys, no, they shouldn't deal with women with kids because you're an idiot if you do, because there's a woman half her age with no kids you can go start your own family with. Why the fuck would you be a stepdad? That don't make no sense. I have 2 kids.
By one woman or by
one woman. I don't do multiple, and I got a vasectomy, so I ain't having no more baby mamas. I'm that type of nigga that's like, look, one baby mama's enough. But if the guy has kids, it makes sense for you to date a woman with kids.
Yes.
Y'all both benefit.
Yes.
So women get confused when I'm speaking on not fucking with single baby mamas. It's the single guy with no kids.
Okay.
You're an idiot if you go deal with a woman with kids, because there's a billion women with no kids that you can go start your family with.
But guess what? There's no line of men waiting to be a stepdaddy.
Let her cook.
There's lines of men waiting to you. Yes. Yes. There's plenty of them. There's plenty of them. There's a line of men waiting to on me. But there is not a line of men waiting to be great stepdads. I want to be the best stepdad ever. No. So although that may be her reality, y'all women, the average woman, y'all need to get that shit out y'all mind.
All right, number 3. He said, I never understood why guys get themselves neutered. I am generally confused about this. I can understand why. I can understand why guys do it. I have. Yeah. You can call it neutered all you want. I call it being responsible. I'm not about to sit around and wait for a woman to be responsible for what happens with my future. So whether I got a vasectomy or the next man got a vasectomy, and you can reverse it anytime you want, I'll be getting my reverse next year. You can get reversed. I got plenty of friends that got them after I got mine. Got it reversed, and they got buku kids. To where y'all running around, you don't want to wear a condom. Y'all having these kids by women that you only want to have sex with a couple times. To where I can smash the same chicks, and I do wear condoms. And I ain't got to worry about nobody talking about something. Use this baby's pappy. Y'all have fun with that one. But I often say, to each his own. Let's look at this one. Education. So we already talked about income. We talked about the class, and we talked about the race. We're building the perfect baby daddy. Education. Who becomes a stepdad? The highest level, check it out. The highest level of stepdads are dudes that went to high school or less. Did you realize that? You would think, let's be for real. You would think the way that women talk is the most educated dudes that's becoming stepdads. They got a chance to have the educated dude as the stepdad. The dude that went to trade school, the dude that got a career, the dude that graduated high school, or whatever it may be, right? You would think that, right? No. Statistics show that 28% of fathers out there, the ones that become stepdads, are guys that are, of the stepdads, are less educated. Dude that went to trade school or just some college, 23%. And dudes that got a bachelor's degree or more, only 9% of them ever become stepdads. Let's read it again. Those that went to high school, graduated high school, or didn't graduate high school, 28% of them dudes that dropped out become stepdaddies. Now, what the rest of the dudes did with their lives, I don't know. But we know that the dudes that are most likely become a stepdaddy are dudes that dropped out of school or were just graduating high school. And the dudes that went on ahead and got a bachelor's degree or some type of trade are less likely to become a stepdaddy. So if you're a tradesman or if you got any form of post-secondary education, this is your lemonade moment. I'm not talking to you. This is your lemonade moment. I'm not talking to you. You dudes that went to trade school, you electricians, I ain't talking to you. Plumbers, truck drivers, I ain't talking to you. All you dudes with some type of degree, I'm not talking to you. The high schoolers, the dropouts, you black. So let's look at the avatar. If you're a black male, if you make a certain amount of income, a lower income, if you live in a low class neighborhood or a low middle class neighborhood, if you are less educated, you are more likely that women are able to convince you to be a stepdaddy than to convince an educated man or tradesman. The more education a man has, the more money a man, all the men that they say that they want, none of those men are becoming stepdaddies. White men, no. Men with money, no. Men that live in nice neighborhoods, no. And now we found that men that have educations, no. You have to be stupid enough to become a stepdad. The reason why they do it by race, and it's easy for black men to fall into it twice as likely as white men, because a lot of times us black men were either raised by a single mother or we've had family members or friends that were single mothers. So as long as the black women can use that guilt thing on us that they can't use on a white man, can't use that on the Asian man, can't use that guilt thing on the Latin man, right? Yo, was your mama a single mama? You telling me you wouldn't marry a single mom? Don't nobody say that to nobody else but black women talking to black men. Don't nobody, Asian women don't sit back and say, wasn't your mama single? What do you mean you wouldn't marry a single mother? Only black women use that. On who? Black men. Who goes for it? Black men of a certain economic, from a certain neighborhood with a certain education. I'm telling y'all tonight, we're building an avatar. And for the rest of us, go on, sit back, enjoy your lemonade, bruh. It's a cool, refreshing drink. That's why I say a lot of you dudes, this is going to be a lemonade night. It's just entertainment. You ain't got to worry about it. This ain't got nothing to do with you. But if you fall in these categories right here, women are purposely hunting after you off camera. On camera, they're going to talk about 6 figures, 6 packs, 6 feet tall. That's on camera. That's to their girlfriends and to you. In real life, who they're marrying, who they are mating, who they are dating, who they are building, cohabitating with, those dudes who they live with, those dudes who they're marrying in real life, black, broke, from broken neighborhoods, and very little to no education. That's who becoming stepdaddies in real life. In real life. So if you fall into these categories, you might want to do something to get out of them. And we just started. So if you think it ain't no more categories, nah, bruh, there's going to be some feelings hurt tonight. Let's continue on. Let's continue on. This is crazy.
Your boy. Out there, all boy. Ain't not shit. That's my motherfucking son.
World star.
See what I'm saying? Stepdads, only black, low income, hood areas, very little education, will sit up there and be arguing with the biological father over the biological father's son. You are not going to see an have you ever noticed? I want to say this. If you think I'm lying, have any of us ever seen a video of a man in a really nice neighborhood with nice cars, nice lawns? You know the background. Nice lawns in the background, look like the neighbors across the street, maybe a couple white people, a couple of Asian people, a couple Latin people, a couple of well-to-do black people in the background. And it's the biological father. And it's the rich stepdad. And they about to tear the driveway up over them kids. Have you ever seen that? Neither have I. I have never seen an educated man about to fight an uneducated man over them kids. I have never seen a man that lives in a good neighborhood be dealing with a dude from a hood over them kids. I ain't never seen an Asian man fighting a black man over them kids. But I have seen plenty of videos, which I'm about to show you, black, average or low income, bad neighborhood, and very little educated men about to tear the club up, about to tear the barbershop up. I could find you hundreds of these videos. It was not hard for me to find this video. There's plenty of videos out there that you got the hood stepdaddy and the hood biological daddy ready to tear something up. But y'all ain't never seen one where it was a hood baby daddy and the stepfather was 6 figures, nice neighborhood, well-to-do, and they're about to fight. Yeah, you ain't never seen that one. He said this episode, shout out to IMF. He said this episode of Oprah. He said this episode is gonna piss off Oprah, Gail Scott, and the Southern Poverty pun intended organization that funded the KKK. I know, right? He said, oh, F that. He said, no, the disrespect. Save yourself, black man. Get your passport. Yes, sir. He said college enrollment among black men is going to skyrocket if this goes viral. That's serious, man. That is so serious.
Hey, boss, I told you that. I told you that shit. Wait, baby. I told you that shit. I told you that shit. I told you that shit. You go ahead. So first up, hey, let me go ahead, hold this mama real quick, and you go ahead and get to the bottom of it. All right, you go ahead and do that. And she better say the right shit, because if she don't, I'm about to get the swinging in this. On God, yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever. I'm trying to poke you. Yo. Ass not answering the phone, huh? Ass probably, well, I thought ass. Hey, bro. Man, like I told you, get him out your phone. Yeah, that's my mother. That's my mother. Son. You want to be wrestling so bad. You want to be wrestling so bad. Well, you don't even got the Sierra. Hey, bro, you going to them. Hey, bro. I need all these little plates. Hey, you said I answered the phone, huh? Hey, bro, all right. I'm really showing you it. Yeah, all right. Get the whole out here. Hey, like I said, watch over for the time. Hey, some motherfucker's done. Hold on. Hey, Keith. Keith. Hey, Keith. Hey, see you up here trying to take time with him. Let me get a clean. What? You ain't clean there nowhere until you pay your child support. What? Child support? That little bitty ass shit, I can pay that shit right now on God. Do it then.
Child support. I could pay that child support right now on God. You see who the stepfather is holding the cell phone, dealing with the unruly biological father. The stepfather is the fool, not the biological father. Biological father was always an idiot. The stepfather was a fool for signing up for this mess.
Hey, take that back, man. Hey, Keisha gonna really let this disrespect me in front of my mother, son? With your thought ass? Yeah. Oh, man. Hey, call that. Hey, I'm getting my motherfucker. Don't be going. Hey, Mike, I appreciate you, but I need my son. I need my son. I need my son. Hey, let's wrap this shit up. I need my motherfucking son, man.
All right, bro.
Give me my motherfucking son. Hey, don't kill my son no more. I'm shit out your ass. Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Come on, like, man.
Yeah, all right. Let's go. All right.
Man, you gonna let him take him like this?
Shit out your ass.
Come on, Russell. Was you letting him take?
Hey, man, it's his son. It's his son.
He called my man Russell Wilson. He said, come on, Russell. Somebody called it. Who was that called it? D-Pain, you called it, man. My man said, come on, Russell Wilson. You called it. He said, come on, Russell Wilson.
Hey, Mike, I appreciate you, but I need my son. I need my son. I need my son. Hey, let's wrap this shit up. I need my motherfucking son.
All right, bro.
Give me my motherfucking son. Hey, don't kill my son no more. I'm shit out your ass. Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Come on, like, man.
Yeah, all right. Let's go. All right.
Man, you gonna let him take him like this?
Shit out your ass.
Come on, Russell. Was you letting him take?
Hey, man, it's his son. It's his son.
Man, I'm going ahead. Ain't trying to fight.
Yeah, he took.
That shit. You gonna get him?
Once again, men compete for their status in fatherhood supremacy. But this year, the ultimate battle is waged between dad and stepdad.
I'm taking my family back. I have to do this for little Bradley.
Man, I'd have broke
What right do you have
down.
to a family you abandoned? I know I've made mistakes, but I have to make this right for my son.
Can you keep it down? Me and my boyfriend are trying to watch God of High School.
Boyfriend? God of high school? Really?
What's up?
So this is who's watching little Bradley?
Who?
The new dude say who? Watching them boys, watching them kids.
Beat my stepdad up.
Why was he not cool?
Very abusive.
Your dad tuned him up though.
Like I called my dad and told him that he hit me. And my dad came.
Love that. Really? Love that. You had one of those moments?
Yep.
Holy
And then the maddest he's ever been in life. My dad got put out the house and the door was locked. It was a low psychopathic moment. He was like, because he was trying to get in back in the house. And I remember I was by the door. My dad, I don't know how he even sensed that I was by the door. He was like, son, unlock the door. Unlock the door. I unlocked the door and my dad came right back in, was whooping my stepdad again.
kid. You don't have a child. Bro. Forget all that, bro. Why he not dressed, bro?
Dressed
in
for
his
what?
shirt, dirt, man. Why he not dressed, man?
Dressed for what?
You had him half of them Father's Day, not get him for the rest. You know
don't get
that.
it for nothing.
What?
You don't get.
These dudes arguing over who gonna have this boy for Father's Day. That's you stepdads. That's you stepdads. Y'all too ornery to realize that the biological father is the biological father.
You ain't a father. You not his father. I'm his father. That's my dad, bro. And I actually feel that way that you even brought yourself over here to even think you was finna take him for half a day.
He was supposed to be dressed. Bro, he got on
No,
Crocs,
I don't care.
mismatched socks.
I don't care what you
Come
talking
on,
about. So
man.
what? He's not going.
Bro, we
with
got
you.
dinner reservations.
He's not going
man.
with you or Tasha. This is my day. This is Father's Day. His real daddy. His
No,
real
bro,
father.
this ain't
You ain't a real father.
This is Father's Day. This ain't biological day. This is people that's active in his life.
Yeah, me.
Don't you want to come with that?
My day. My day.
Okay, you just said yes, sir.
My day.
No, this ain't
My
dedicated
day.
to you, bro.
My day.
No, bro.
My day.
No.
My day.
No.
My
Bro,
day.
He should be dressed.
He's never gonna be
He
dressed.
don't even got a haircut, man.
So what?
Come on, bro. That's why you got to wear that stupid hat.
Hey, who cares, bro? He ain't going with you anyway.
Man, he need to be dressed,
He's
bro.
not going. It's my day.
No.
You're not the daddy.
It's my day too, bro.
See, no, this is Tasha's problem. She need to put you in your place.
No, she don't need to do
Yes, she
anything,
did.
dog.
Yes, she do. She need to put you in your place.
We got dinner
It's
reservations.
Father's Day. You keep saying we.
We.
There is no
Me
we.
and my
brother.
son.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
God, bro.
You just a dude who came in who so happened to be dating his mom.
He said you the dude that came in and just so happened to be dating his mom. I know, right? That would be me. That would be me watching some dudes fight each other. Shout out to Rico. Appreciate you being here, brother. All right, let's look at some stats when it comes to the ladies. When it comes to the ladies, which mothers find stepdads? Which type of mothers find stepdads? This is a good one. After 5 years, after giving birth, 5 years after giving birth, the child is 5 years old to 15 years old. Check it out. After 5 years of giving birth, 29% of women marry the biological father. You think that's a deep number. But after 5 years of having that baby, 36% of you dudes will come stepdads of a 5-year-old. 36% of y'all, if that child is 5 years and older, y'all gonna marry her. Now, let's put it all together though, before we look at the rest of it. Who is marrying her? Who's that 36%? We just been looking at it. That 36% of, he's most likely black. He most likely comes from a low to middle income. He most likely lives in not the nicest neighborhood of all. He most likely only graduated high school and maybe some college, or he was a high school dropout. When they say the 36%, they are not talking about white men, Asian men, Latin men. When they say 36% of these women after the first 5 years of giving birth marry the stepdads, they're not talking about those dudes. They're not talking about educated men. They're not talking about men that come from nice neighborhoods. And they're not talking about men that make a really good income. So the more money you make, the nicer neighborhood you come from, the better your education, whether it be trade school or post-secondary education. And the fact that you ain't black, you are more likely to be enjoying lemonade because this ain't got nothing to do with you. So now let's look at the numbers once again with the ladies. So when they say they get married, you remember who they marrying. Don't pretend to think I'm talking about everybody. You know I'm still talking about this small pool of dudes that we've been examining tonight. Let's go back. So right here, 29% marry the biological father within the first 5 years of the child's birth. 36% gonna end up with a stepdaddy. 55% find a new relationship. So they just got them somebody that they are cohabitating with or in a relationship with. I'm gonna say this again. Of those men that we described, black, low education, low income, bad neighborhood, if we take the stepfathers that's going to marry them and the guys that are going to be cohabitating or just a boyfriend, 55%, you are looking at a huge pool of men that fall in that category. What's my point? When women with kids say they ain't got no problem with getting a man, statistically, they ain't lying. They ain't lying. Statistically, they are not lying. They will find somebody, 36% of men, men that are black, low economics, lower class areas, very little education. These women know they know that after the baby turns 5 years old or above, 36% of the baby mamas gonna get married to a stepdaddy. That's just the stats. 55% will have a man by the time that baby turns 5 years old. So yes, the women are right. Poor, low-income black men will be the ones that they hunt after and the ones that they're gonna get. You broke dudes, you low education, you dudes that are straight hood, even though you may have moved to a good neighborhood, but you still got the broke neighborhood mentality. You're the ones that's gonna end up getting caught up. Not the educated, not the men of other races, not the man from, even if you're a black man, not the black man from nice neighborhoods, not the black man with education, not the black man that has put themselves in a decent economics or great economic situation. You drink a lemonade. This ain't got nothing to do with you. But the black men that are lower class, you the ones that they get caught up in this stat right here. 21% end up living with a man. By the time that child turns 5, 21% of baby mamas gonna end up with a man. 9% belong to the streets. They just out there. By the time the baby turns 5 years old, mom just out there throwing the coochie around again. That's only 9%. That's only 9%. The highest percent is the 55, where mom, after she done had that baby, and you know she got a baby, 55% of baby mamas end up in a relationship anyway. So all that don't nobody want your baby mamas, that's a lie. Broke black men want baby mamas. That's just the numbers. That's just a number. Now, women can say who they want to have them. I'll say this again. Women can say, I want a man with 6 figures. I want a man with 6 feet. But the stats saying the men who they are getting are the broke black men. It is what it is. So if you fall in these categories, bruh, that's you. He said, this is crazy. Won't be me. Won't be me. He said, either the law of nature don't respect stepdads. Nope. Let's continue on. The women.
I left my laptop over here, so I came to get it.
What's that?
The person that I had to be daddy for,
Oh, you
because he
stepped
didn't want
up.
to be a dad in the beginning. You know, he in the house.
Ooh.
With his game, hooked to the TV I bought.
You bought it.
It's just chilling.
Yeah.
I got to leave.
The baby daddy that came back to the house, the place that this man is paying for, brought his PlayStation, hooked it up to this man's television, and just chilling.
I live here.
You paid for them lights. You paid for yeah.
He's gone.
So and all she worried about is you gonna post this on the book. You paid for them
Don't post me on Facebook. That's what she said. Don't post me on Facebook.
lights. You paid for that TV. You stepped up when he ain't want to. You picked up on that man's save game. The moment you stepped out the house to probably go make some more money to bring into the house, he stepped his black ass right in. At this point, I think we just need to start pointing and laughing.
I secretly stay with my baby daddy.
Oh, you secretly stay with her baby daddy?
Oh, you gonna love this one. I still want to be with my baby daddy after I shot him. This how these women want hood dudes. This is how they want the hood dudes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, what's wrong with that? Who you hiding that from?
Well, we have a no contact. And it's a long story behind us.
So who got the
Ended up going to
restraining
jail
order?
and everything behind him.
You got a restraining order?
Yeah, the court ordered.
Why?
Because I shot him.
Oh my God, girl.
So you just stand with him or y'all still cracking?
Oh my God.
No, we haven't spoken in the last 2 years.
You stay with him, but y'all don't speak to each other?
Oh no, I don't stay with him anymore. I run into him every now and then, and he tried to fight my new boyfriend, and it's just a mess.
Wait, I thought you said you secretly stayed with your baby daddy.
No, I said I secretly still want him.
Oh, you still want him.
Clearly, that's why you shot him.
No,
What was the?
No, that is not why she shot
She
him.
shot him. Well, why did you shoot him?
He was cheating.
Oh man,
girl, where did he get hit at?
In his leg.
Oh well, it could have been worse.
No.
What? She just said that like, oh well, like she threw a stick at him. Oh, shooting a man in the leg, that's not that bad. The sister in the glasses said, oh well. I'm like, what do you mean, oh well? This man got, now here's the scenario. Now you guys hear the stats of the type of men. You noticing a pattern now? I'm gonna say this again. All these months that the last couple of years, we've been watching these stepdaddy videos and stepmama videos. We never put two and two together as far as an avatar. Have you noticed the type of men that these women are dealing with as baby fathers and the men who are gullible enough to be stepfathers? I'm sorry. I couldn't find any dramatic white stepfather videos. There might be some out there, but I haven't found any videos with Jeb and Bubba out there fighting. I ain't got them. I tried to find them, but they ain't out there. But when it came to you black men who make very little money, who still live in lower class or lower middle class, and you got very little education. Oh, I found a ton of videos about y'all. Yeah. It wasn't that hard. It wasn't that difficult at all. That was real easy to do. That was real easy to do. So now y'all gonna see throughout the rest of the video a pattern. It's nothing coincidental. It's a pattern. This woman just said, I'm gonna bring it back. She just said she got a restraining order. She shot a baby daddy. She want a baby daddy. She got a step simp. The baby, she said it. The baby daddy and the step simp got into a fight. So I'm going to bring all that back and let y'all hear that again. You can't beat that. Because I shot him.
She secretly stay with her baby daddy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
what's wrong with that?
Yeah, who you hiding that from?
Well, we have a no contact. Oh. And it's a long story behind us.
So who got the restraining order?
And everything behind him.
You got a restraining order?
Yeah, the court ordered.
Why?
Because I shot him.
Oh my God, girl.
So you just stand with him or y'all still cracking?
Oh my God.
No, we haven't spoken in the last 2 years.
You stay with him, but y'all don't speak to each other?
Oh no, I don't stay with him anymore. I run into him every now and then, and he tried to fight my new boyfriend, and it's just a mess.
Wait, I thought you said you secretly stayed with your baby daddy.
No, I said I secretly still want him.
Oh, you still want him.
Clearly, that's why you shot him.
No.
What was the?
No, that's not why she shot him.
She shot him. Well, why did you shoot him?
He was cheating.
Oh man,
girl, where did he get hit at?
In his leg.
Oh well, it could have been worse.
No,
you think he'll give you another chance?
Nobody think it's okay to shoot.
No, it's not okay to shoot nobody at all.
He still wants me because he be sending his brother messages through me, and I be like, I really don't. I don't want him, but then again, I want him. Like I don't know, it's crazy.
It sounded like toxic. It sounded like that. Now that was toxic.
Yes, it's very toxic.
Did you end up going to jail? Did he press charges?
Yeah, I was 6 months pregnant at the time, and
she was 6 months pregnant at the time. When she shot him, she was 6 months pregnant. You see the environment. Now you're seeing the pattern. Now you're seeing the pattern, gentlemen. My brother, Men Supporting Men, says this. He said, Andre, it's out there. 2 years ago, white stepdad deleted biological father. You see how you had to hunt that down? I knew it was out there. I knew Jeb and Bubba getting into it was out there. But I had to hunt it down. We had to hunt it down. Thanks, AMSM.
The state pressed charges on me, and they confiscated my gun and everything. It's just a lot.
Baby, y'all talk so much shit about y'all baby daddy. Oh, he this. Oh, he that. I don't want him. It's because he don't want you. But you let that man say, I'm sorry, and I want my family back. Baby, y'all gonna stop, drop, and run straight back to your baby daddies. Now shame the devil and tell the truth.
Women that have had children by a man, that man will always have access to her. There's always going to be a love from your first baby daddy. I'm sorry.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope.
Yes. Yes.
Nope. Now, I'm not saying that baby daddies don't try to spin the block. That's not what I'm saying. But that does not mean that the woman let it happen. Not all the time. Some women still allow their baby daddies to have access to them.
A lot of women.
But not all of them.
No, I never said all, but a lot of them. And you always gonna have that sweet spot.
Where you going, Kia?
When I gotta stay at my baby daddy house.
Why would you be going to stay at your baby daddy
The
house?
same reason you went to Florida with your baby mama and your son.
Oh, shoot. You notice a pattern. She says, I'm about to go stay with my baby daddy. Where you going, Keisha? First of all, as soon as you knew her name was Keisha, I don't see why you even dated her. But I digress. Where you going, Keisha? Keisha said, I'm going to stay with my baby daddy. Why are you going over there, Keisha? Keisha says, the same reason you and your baby mama went to Florida with them kids. Let's bring that beat back.
Where you going, Kia?
When I gotta stay at my baby daddy house.
Why would you be going to stay at your baby daddy
The
house?
same reason you went to Florida with your baby mama and your son. You remember?
Bro, I stayed up there with my kid.
Bruh, and you stayed up there with her. Didn't answer the phone when I needed you, no nothing. So what do you want me
I
to
was
do?
busy with my son.
Nah. You was busy, all right, but it wasn't with your son.
So now you don't trust me.
Of course not. Because why you couldn't answer your phone?
I just told you I was busy with my son. I was taking my son out. I was taking my son out.
Okay.
And you should understand that. Don't you got kids? You got kids with me? No.
I do have kids.
So if you're busy with your kids, then you should understand that, right?
And I have kids with my baby daddy. He wouldn't have never done that to me. Never. So I'm going to go stay with him for a while.
Why? Why you need to go stay with him? You can't go stay with your mama? But you rather go to your baby's father's house because he's the one you trust.
Sis, stay with him for a while. And she ain't even flinch. She is straight serious. I know, she ain't even flinch, man. And he was begging, could you go stay with your mama, please? I'm going to bring that back. Could you go stay with your mama, please? Shout out to Kia. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Shout out to T-Mac in the building. He said, I'm glad Spirit went bankrupt so those Pookies can stay in the U.S. That's for real. Yep, they both trash, him and her. That is so true.
To me. Never. So I'm going to go stay with him for a while.
Why? Why you need to go stay with him? You can't go stay with your mama?
Can't go stay with your
mama.
But you rather go to your baby's father's house because he's the one you trust.
Of course. I can't trust.
This is my opinion. I'm not about to deal with or tolerate a bitch that I can see from a mile away. She not gonna leave her baby daddy alone, and at some point her baby daddy is gonna become a problem. Like I'm telling y'all, dog, real life shit. Most baby mamas and most baby daddies end up fucking down the line somewhere. In some cases that might not be true, but in a lot of cases that should be true. That's how I feel. Fuck it. And I'm telling you, I know some BM. I know some BD. You know how many stories I done had to hear about shit at some point, whether they were dealing with somebody or not, they end up back fucking type shit. This is real life shit. This shit goes on. Unless I know you're a female that's really done with your baby daddy and is really co-parenting, I might get that a chance. But if you on the fence to where like there's still a possibility or nah, bye. Tell y'all, man, the real life shit. Nah, bye.
All right, let's look at the next stat. When it comes to the mothers, which mothers with children find stepdaddies? All right, y'all ready? Here we go. Black women are 40%. Black mothers are 40% more likely to get you simps to marry them compared to Hispanic women, white women, Asian women. Only 13%, only 12% of Asian women end up in a blended family. White women, it's only 28%. For a whopping 40% of women with children is going to convince you brothers to marry them. Not to cohabitate. We're talking about marriage. Why? Go back to the avatar. Black man, check. Medium to low income, check. From the hood or from the lower middle class, check. Very little to no education, check. And it's like guys like that in the millions, check. These sisters got a 40% chance of finding a dude, and it'll happen after the first 5 years of the child's birth. So the child could be 5 years old. And you guys on this list will become stepfathers, and the women got a 40% chance. Black women got a 40% chance to get you guys to fall for it. Asian women know they ain't got no chance. Asian women know if they get a divorce, or if they separated, or if the father dies, they might as well roll with it for L. They better get them a boy toy, but they ain't gonna get no husband. But black women and Hispanic women to a certain extent, but black women, 40% chance of one of you simps will treat her like Sierra. Will treat her like Sierra. This is a process. Everyday men are waking up. Good job with the message. Stay free, man. Absolutely correct. D. Payne says this. He said, based off of this avatar built, Russell Wilson is actually an anomaly. Right. That's the crazy part. But they want Russell Wilsons. But who they're marrying are the avatars. That's the part that kind of jails. They want a Russell Wilson. Nothing wrong with that, ladies. Statistically, that'll never happen. A man with money that lives in a good community with an education is far less likely to marry of any race, of any women. It's not a black or white thing when it comes to economics. Once you get a man that's educated, once you get a man that has a strong career, economics are high, so forth and so forth, this man, no matter who you are, is not marrying a baby mama. I don't care if you J-Lo and you got J-Lo money. Men will try. Here's the other part that I came across. I forget if I hadn't mentioned it in this video either. The women that do get access to the most prestigious stepfathers are women that already have money. Remember I told you my story? My ex was regional manager for Kohl's department stores. She was already 6 figures. Women like that have the highest rate of marriage or a stepdad to where everybody else usually gets a cohabiter. Women that have good careers, the more money a woman's makes on her own, the more likely a man will give her a chance to be by way of being a stepdad. Broke women that's dreaming on Kevin Samuel's show ain't have a snowball chance in Hades. That's why Ciara was able to get a Russell. Ciara already came to the party being worth $5 to $10 million on her own. It may have been a pot, a small, because Russell had just got his $200 million contract like right after meeting her. So that $5 million was nothing, but she still came to the table with a career, fame, hard work ethic. Everybody knew her. So women, I'm going to say this again. Women that got something going on are more likely to find a stepfather than broke chicks. Broke chicks are less educated chicks are less likely to find a stepfather, meaning marriage. I'm not talking about talking about proposals like Kevin Samuel said. We don't count proposals. I'm talking about the man has walked down the aisle, has gotten married to them. Broke chicks get guys that move in and y'all cohabitate. But women that have a decent career or making money, they are more prone to find a stepfather for their kids than broke chicks. So even not all women are created equal. I'll say this again. Not even the women are created equal. If you are a broke chick, you are less likely. And I mean, I forgot the number, but it is far less likely. I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was 33% of broke chicks find a stepfather to marry them, that's willing to marry them. 69% of women with careers that are dating men and the woman has kids, they have a 69% chance of getting married compared to the 33% of broke chicks. No, it's 64%. It was 64%. So women that got their own money, and I can see that, women that got their own money and they got the kids, sometimes we'll look past it. If she look good, she a good person and she got her own money. I ain't got to spend my money on these kids. Yes, he did. Definitely he did. Even if she has right, I'm with you, bro. Even he said, I can't bring myself to do it. I can't bring myself. I'm with you, bro. My brother says this. He says, they want Russell and Future. That's a good call. That's bars right there. I didn't let that go over my head. I got you, brother. Russell and Future. They want the personality blend. They want Voltron. That's what they want. They want Voltron. He said in 5 years, those kids will have a stepdad. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. Absolutely correct. He said women with money think that because they have money, that they are entitled to a man being a stepdad. Absolutely correct. And now we got the numbers to go along with it. Crazy numbers.
I'm trying to see why when I meet a woman with kids and I be like, nah, I'm good, baby. I'm looking to start my own family, my own kingdom type shit. Like, it's always a problem. Like, they feel attacked when I say that. And I'm like, I mean, am I wrong? Shit, I have no kids. I don't want to be stepdad. I don't care if your kids grown or they can fend for themselves. I don't care about that. I want my own shit. Because if I'm coming into your life and you already got kids, your loyalty is really to your kids. And your kids is loyal to you. So if I come in, what do that leave me? I don't get no loyalty, basically.
Everybody gonna be coming before me, basically. Shit. I know I'm not wrong, though. I know I'm not wrong.
There is no better man in this world than a man that decides to be a stepfather. It takes a lot of kindness and selflessness to adopt children that do not belong to you.
Usually it's black men, because black men are the only ones who seem to have a difficult time with, caring for someone other than themselves. And a lot of times they don't have the resources to be able to take care of their own damn children. So why in the world would they take care of another man's?
But these women still choose those dudes that ain't got the money. So let's not do that. We already looked at the stats. And you ladies are choosing the broke dudes. Kofa said, he said, get a vasectomy. Get gents. He said, especially if you have kids, particularly if you have a son already. 30-minute procedure and everything works the same. This is so true, bruh. I think one of the biggest misconceptions about vasectomies is that guys, I don't know who started that lie, that myth, that your body parts aren't going to work the way they used to. Bruh, I'll be 60 next year. I ain't had no issue. I'm still working out like I'm in my early 20s, bruh. That myth that they tell, like I told you, a lot of my friends got theirs reversed. They got it. They had it for 5, 10, 15 years. They got married, found the right woman. Then they got it reversed, and all of them got kids. And I mean kids in college now. So there's a lot of myths that are sold, especially the black men, about vasectomies. That's not true. No, it's not what you think it is. Not painful, dude. All it is that there's a vein on one testicle and a vein on another testicle, and it's like a bridge. They just cut the bridge, so now they don't connect, like a bridge, literally like a bridge. You go to the next testicle, clip, all that. I need 3 days off of work. I need me a pink slip because baby spoil me. That's a lie. That's a lie. You are not broken down. Like, I can't drive. Could you drive me up there? That is a lie. Anybody that's had a vasectomy will tell you it is not that serious. You dudes are being extra dramatic with it. It is not that serious. Now, mind you, it's not for everybody. Everybody doesn't want it to be done. That's cool, right? But for those of us who have had it done, it's not what you guys try to sell it to be, man. Not at all. Not at all. Shout out to you, brother. Let's go back to the video, the last part. Well, not the last part. We got 2 more. It's 7. We're on 5, 6. Let's go back to hear what she was talking about.
That decides to be a stepfather. It takes a lot of kindness and selflessness to adopt children that do not belong to you.
Usually it's black men, because black men are the only ones who seem to have a difficult time with, caring for someone other than themselves.
Okay. She just said that it's only black men that have a difficult time to caring for anyone but other than themselves. Black men have a difficult time caring for anyone other than themselves when it comes to being a stepdad. Is that statistically true? Is it black men least likely to become stepdads, or black men statistically more likely to become a part of the avatar of the stepdad? Black men are more likely than white. We've already saw Latin and Asian and probably others than to become a stepdad. She and other women are selling a narrative with no facts. The facts of the matter is the type of black men that are willing. See, they want, hear me out, the black men that they want to say yes to aren't saying yes to them. So when they say, black men are being selfish. No, what type of black men are they saying are being selfish? Educated, high income earners, black, from good neighborhoods. You are considered selfish. But broke Tommy and keeping them, the ones that they're marrying, they're not being selfish because they dumb enough to do it in record numbers. They're dumb enough to marry LaWanda or cohabitate with Keisha in record numbers. So when she says black men are being selfish, no, there's a type of black men that are being selfish. Us men that got something to lose, in other words. Us men that have been putting in hard work, in other words. But it is not black men in general. No, because this pool of black men over here statistically will marry you in a New York minute. Will become a stepdad in a New York minute. Low income, low education, low community, and you got to be black. So it is not all black men that's telling you no, sister. It is black men that got some dang sense in their head that is telling y'all no. And those are what the stats say. He said, how long did you go without sex? I don't even remember the amount of days. Few days. It wasn't that serious. Few days, you feel a little tender. Like when they do it, you feel a little jolt, like they clip, and you can feel that scissor clip, like up, and then he clipped, the next one clip. Dude, mine couldn't take no more than a week. It was a week, because I remember I had to go back the week after to make sure that, remember I said there's a bridge. It's like this. And when they clip it, it becomes like this, right? They want to make sure that this sealed correctly. So I had to take a week off and come back the next week. And I don't know how it is now. So don't quote me on everybody else. But when I did it, you had to come back the next week. And then they check your testicles out, make sure that it didn't grow back together. In other words, that it's still separate. Okay, cool, it's good. Okay, now you can have sex. Because no use of having a vasectomy, and all of a sudden in a week, this grew back together. And you thinking that you just good, and all of a sudden you got LaWanda pregnant. He's like, I ain't get you pregnant, girl. I got a vasectomy. Did you go back for your checkup? Huh? Honey, did you go back for the checkup a week later? Huh? Yeah, you didn't. You probably did get her pregnant. So that's why they told me, I won't say tell you, but told me, come back the next week to make sure that this was still separated. And then I already got my checkup to get it brought back together. I already did that here. The doctor already told me, he said, this is what I'm going to do, Dre. I'm going to do this, do that. Real simple, bada bing, bada boom. And then they bring it back together. And now you have some kids. He said, Blue Book men are being selfish to the max. Yes, sir. So yes, it's the passport pookies or the plantation bros that are willing to be stepdads in the States. He said, we need a low wage dropout to stay in the States. Yes, sir. And take care of them bass for kids. And you know what the crazy part is this, guys. Some of you guys are already stepdads, let's be real. Or you know a stepdad, or you had a stepdad. And now you got to admit, like, ooh, let me think about my stepdad. Well, he had an okay job. He's making money. Yeah, my stepdad was black. Yeah, he was from the hood. Yeah, my stepdad, he didn't go to college. He graduated high school, but he didn't go to college. Some of y'all reflecting on your own stepdad now. You like, damn, I didn't even think about all that. Yeah, he was black. Yeah, he made okay money, but he wasn't balling. Yeah, he was from the same hood that we was from. Yeah, you got a little bit of, he said he dropped out of college like you know, when his second year of college, he dropped out. Man, I didn't think about all that with my stepdad. But you right, bruh. It is a pattern. Some of y'all reflecting on your own stepdad. You reflecting on when you were a stepdad. What were your economics at that time period? What hood did you live in at that time period compared to now? What was your education like back then compared to now? So even some of us who were stepdads years ago in our lives, you can reflect back on this and say, you know what? Man, I might not fit all the avatars or all the categories of this avatar, but I'm seeing so far 4 out of 6 or 5 out of 6. That was me when I was a stepdad. See what I'm saying? That's why I say women know who to hunt after and who they know they'll never get. These women know that they'll never get these dudes. They went on Kevin Samuels and Kendra G talking good, but they'll never get those men. He said military guys are big on being stepdads. It's a very large number. I can agree with that. I can understand that. He said I got 37, 33, and 2 26-year-olds, a 26-year-old. After that, had the vasectomy. Yeah. Yeah. Mr. 007 himself in the building. Shout out to you, brother. He said, only place worse than the U.S. when it comes to step crash dummies is the Dominican Republic. He said, you become a stepdad down there and you are going to be taking care of the real daddy too. Oh, shout out to DR. Iman said this. Shout out to Mr. Eman Perry. He said he wasn't in a good place economically. Makes sense. Yeah, when we reflect, I'm reflecting on my stepdad. Good dude. He ain't have it like that. Dropped out of high school, lived in the hood. He's a brother. And money wasn't like that. And my mom married him anyway. Oh, here's another stat I came across. That's the one I was trying to remember. In most scenarios, traditional women marry up or hope to marry up. I don't care if you just make a few more dollars than her, right? Did you know this about stepmoms? I mean, about when it comes to finding a stepdad. In most cases, women are willing. This blew me away. Women are willing to marry equivalent or down. It's the only time where women are willing to marry down if they have a kid. If she's making $80,000 a year and you're making 60 or 55, but she's got a kid, she'll marry you. If you're making 45 and she's making 80, she'll marry you. It's the only stat. That one blew me away. I forget the numbers now. Don't let me guess the numbers. But it's the only time when women are willing to marry down. So when we sit back and say women always marry up, they don't. When they have kids, the statistics are high that women, now you're going to have those women that say, I didn't. No, most women either marry across the board, linear, or women marry down. It is not common, as we've already looked at the stats, for women to marry up and have some kids, because the up dudes, we already looked at the stats, only 9% of the dudes that's making money are willing to become a stepdad. That stat blew me away. I was like, okay. But she has kids. The dude will still the dude will still be marrying down, even if the chick has a good paying job. Yep. He said, I ain't surprised. Let me not dip in somebody's conversation. He said, use combined. Oh, concubines. Use concubines. He said, use concubines. Demand these stepfathers. I know, right? Not the used concubines. You're a monster. Shout out to Jay. He said, that's why they are also pissed at us for leaving and telling the lower range to leave. How dare you tell them to leave? Absolutely correct. That's a great point. Yeah, man. That one blew me away, man. Yes. Women will either marry linear or lower when it comes to getting a stepdad. I mean stepdad for their kids. Let's continue on.
And a lot of times they don't have the resources to be able to take care of their own damn children. So why in the world would they take care of another man's? When a man is raised by a single mother and he himself says he will never date a single mother as if a single mother is beneath him, he is part of the problem. In order for him to not repeat the vicious cycle of single motherhood, he would have to become a stepfather to a fatherless child. And the best way to discontinue the vicious cycle of single motherhood, you decide to be the best stepfather there is.
Many of us get mad when we hear guys talk about not wanting to date single mothers, but our structure is all wrong and there ain't no place for them. Our kids come first, then mama got to have a life too, and I got to go to work and work overtime, then I got to go to the church house, make sure pastor got his place, and be all kinds of out of order up at the church, like he ain't got a wife to fix his own plate. But that's another broadcast. Then, oh yeah, let me check on old boy and see if he paid them bills. Who you think finna sign up for that? Nobody. Nobody's finna sign up to be 5th, 6th, 7th on your list. And
I've said that, and you guys don't believe me. Now women are saying it. You stepdads and you step boyfriends, you are never 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th on the list. You are 5th, 6th, 7th on the list. You are never in the top 5. Ever. I don't know why y'all think y'all are, because y'all, hey, I'm the one that's getting the coochie. Bruh. Just because you're getting the coochie does not mean that you're the top of her list of people who she care about and she concerned about. You are number 5, number 6. Let's go through the list again. Number 1, the kids. Everybody know the kids come first. Number 2, her. Why? Because you love her, you want her, you marry her, or you cohabitate with her, or that's your girlfriend, whatever it is. Her. You want her to be on track. Number 3, the father. What? It ain't you. I don't know why the hell you thought I was going to say number 3 was you. As long as them kids are in that house, they going to make sure they daddy is number 3. Because the daddy is the co-parent. That's what makes him number 3. You think because you're having sex and you're spending money on her, that makes me Mr. Big Piece of Chicken. No, you are not the big piece of chicken. You are not. The kids are the big piece of chicken before you. So number 3 is the biological father. Why? He can impact her financially and emotionally just like you can. Oh, you can't? You don't think the biological father can impact her emotionally? Let that baby daddy say he can't pick up them kids this weekend. Watch her emotions change. Let that baby daddy say, when I come pick up the kids, I'm going to leave you $500. Watch her emotions change. Don't you ever think when you're a stepdad that your money is the only money that can make her happy or sad. Your actions are the only actions that can make her happy or sad. That other man's money and that other man's actions can impact her emotions just as fast and as easily as you can. The only benefit you get as a stepdad or a step dummy or a step boyfriend is this. You at least get to have sex with her. That's it. You can say, I can have sex. You can say she made me a plate of, I got the big piece of chicken. Andre said, I get the big piece of chicken. Okay, you got the big piece of chicken, but you still don't have the power over her that you think you do. So enjoy your raggedy piece, your dry piece of chicken, and enjoy your sex. Because in every other area, you are sharing your woman. So the baby daddy's number 3. Number 4 on the totem pole of that house, the grandparents, the biological father's grandparents, and her mom and daddy. If you think you go come in that house and change some rules in the dynamics, which that granddaddy was the one that fixed that porch before you came along. Granddaddy was the one that came and put up that Christmas tree before you came along. Grandmama is who them kids going to go see this weekend. If you think that you about to come in there, talk about, I'm number 4. No, you ain't. You ain't number, Go ahead, get in a scuffle with them grandparents you want to. Go argue back and forth on the phone with them. You're going to find out fast. You are not number 1, number 2, number 3, or number 4. Number 5. I said this before. I'll say it again. Pets. If you think you're going to walk in that woman's house and her dog can't get on that bed, or them kids, hey, we about to go get something to eat. We got to walk the dog. Mom always have to walk the dog at 5 o'clock. What? I thought we was going to go get something to eat. Baby, after them kids walk that dog, let them kids walk that dog. Oh, man. F that dog. Mom, he said, F the dog. Kevin Samuels told y'all about dating women with pets. He said that plenty of times. You go ahead and think you greater than that poodle. Go ahead and think you greater than that German Shepherd. Think you better than that Yorkie? You think you better than a Yorkie? I don't care how many bills you pay. I don't care how much sex you have. You ain't gonna never be more important than them kids' dog. Them kids' cat. You out your mind. I am. Like I said, stepfathers are ornery and we like to lie to ourselves. That's the one thing that you're gonna find about stepdads. Hey guys, all the stepdads you know, stubborn, can't tell them nothing, ornery as bulls. Yeah, I don't know one stepdad that ain't ornery. I don't know one stepdad that you can give solid advice to. You cannot talk to a stepdad. In his mind, he's number 2. It's the kids, okay, cool. But then it's me, I pay all the bills. Bruh, you are not number 2. You are number 6. And until the dogs die and the grandparents die on both sides, you ain't gonna make it up to number 4. And until the baby daddy die, you ain't gonna ever see number 3. You ain't gonna never be the big piece of chicken. So you can forget about that. All you stepdads, you done lost your mind. You done lost your mind. You ain't gonna never be greater than them pets. Them pets been there for 3-4 years, and you think you gonna walk in and tell that woman what to do because y'all ain't because you made her bust a nut and made her shake and quiver in bed. She gonna all of a sudden change her mind about her kid's dog? You know how long them had them dogs? They got 2 dogs. You know I don't care if every time you come in there and sit down, it's dog fur all over your shirt when you leave out. And if you don't want the dog fur, leave her and the dog and the kids alone. Stop being a simp and move on and get you a woman that ain't got a bunch of dogs and a bunch of kids. But if you think that because y'all have good sex, you spend good money, that you number one, Negro, you lost your mind. I'm gonna tell you something for real. Ex-stepdad talking to you future and current stepdads. They were a family and they were making it before you came. And if you decide with your ego to leave them, guess what's gonna happen? They still gonna make it. Granddaddy gonna still make sure them kids get their school clothes. Grandmama gonna still make sure that refrigerator in that house is full. The woman, she gonna still make sure everything is going smooth. They were gonna make sure that them kids were getting their homework done before you came along, stepdad. They gonna get their homework done when you leave. You are not that important, bruh. I don't care how good you are, how loving them kids are. You are never that important to where if you come, great. If you leave, ain't no monkey gonna stop no show. Not you. You ain't never that important. Don't you ever as a stepdad or a step boyfriend think that you doing something with your money and with your sex that's so amazing that if you leave, it's all gonna fall apart. How come it didn't fall apart before you came then? Before you came into them kids' lives, how come it didn't fall apart? How come how come the woman's life wasn't in shambles? They gonna live with you and they gonna live without you, partner. And that's a stepdad truth that a lot of y'all don't want to hear. A lot of y'all don't want to hear that one. That's what makes you a simp. That's what makes you a simp. You get no return on investments. And the fact that you disappear like a phantom, like a thought of the past. Like, remember when so-and-so is? A lot of you guys don't want to talk about that as stepdads and step boyfriends. Y'all think it's cute to have you look, hey, yeah, I'm in Colombia, man. You know, I'm dealing with the chick. She got a shorty, Dre. She got a little shorty. Y'all think it's cute. I done threw her a few dollars. You ain't rescuing, y'all be swearing y'all be rescuing chicks in other countries. Y'all swear, y'all throw a few dollars and y'all think y'all doing something, man. She got good sex. You know, her daughter is respectful. I'll throw a few dollars. And so, no, bruh. All the women in that country that ain't got no kids, and you, because of you fit the avatar, you go from country to country to country messing with baby mamas because of that avatar. My brother says, unfortunately, some men have been eaten. Some men have to be eaten by that way of thinking in order to get rid of the twisted way of thinking. And that's the sad part. That is true, brother. T-Mac says this. He said, I had a woman that I dated with a dog and a cat. Could not stand that cat. And the dog damaged her blinds, tore everything up. But I blame the cat. And she got rid of that dang cat. You're a monster, T-Mac. He said, dang. He said, you underneath the dog? You are underneath the dog. I don't know why y'all think y'all greater than them pets. Man, them pets are like the glue that keep the house going, man. Stepdad is not the big piece of chicken. Nope, he's just chicken. He say there are the bone of the chicken that they can throw away and feed the dog. Dang. Yes, that's you, the stepdad. The bone. The throwaway bone. That's a good way of putting it. He said, you simp because the consolation, you simps become the consolation prize to another man's seed. That's the crazy part. Shout out to the men who always stand on business. Concrete cracking in the Timberland boots. That's right. stomping, standing on business. Never a step crash or crash dummy, in other words. Absolutely correct. He said, put that money in crypto. Yes, sir. Put that money in crypto. Not baby daddy. Save for your seed. Live happy. Absolutely correct. That's a good way of putting it. He said, I missed the avatar. Okay, let's talk about the avatar before we head back. There is an avatar or a prototype of statistics that showcase which men are more likely to fall for the narrative of becoming a stepdad. After I describe this and after we watch this video, you'll see and notice in your churches, on your job, you'll start taking an analysis of, I got stepkids, and you'll be like, I could see that now. You'll start noticing anybody that's hollering stepkids, you'll notice what race they're from, what communities they're from, their economic status, everything. First part of the avatar or the prototype that we've discovered statistically is 28% of stepdaddies or 28% of men that are willing to be stepdaddies are black men, the highest rate. Latin men comes next in like 23. White men are all the way down to 15%. White men are not going to become a stepdaddy. And only, I think it was like 7% of Asian men are willing to become stepdaddies. So first part of the avatar is brothers are the only ones that's dumb enough to become a stepdad. So that's the first part. Second part we looked at was the economic stats. According to the Pew Research Center, men that make an average of like 30 to 40,000 a year, you got a high level of becoming stepdads. You got a very high level of becoming stepdads. Upper middle class guys or middle class guys, they are like 23%, 22. Men that are, I think we looked at it, men that are upper class or make over six figures, over 75,000, 9%. Only 9% of, even though these women have been going to Kevin Samuels telling like, oh, rich man, give me a rich man. Men that make over 75,000, not even rich, over 75,000, only 9% of them ever end up being a stepdad. Then we looked at communities. Men that are lower class are more prone to be a stepdad. Men that are middle class, it's up there, but it's nowhere near lower class. Men that are higher class are still in that 9th percentile. Right there. So let's go for what we looked at so far. Black, lower class, making decent money. I'm not decent, but making a living. And now let's go to education. We looked at education. If you are a dude that either only have a high school education or you dropped out of high school, you are more prone than any other group of men to become a stepdad. To become a stepdad. The higher your education, all the way to the point of bachelor's we looked at, you are less likely to become a stepdad. So now let's look at our avatar so far. 9 times out of 10, if you see a stepdaddy, he probably black. Probably ain't making no good money. Probably don't live in a really nice neighborhood. And I ain't talking about rich neighborhood. I'm talking about just at least a decent middle class neighborhood. Probably doesn't. And probably has a high school or less education. Some men in that category are tradesmen, but for the most part, it's just dudes that got a high school education or less become stepdads. We also looked at the stats of which women are able, or when women are able to get stepdads. 55% of women, after they give birth of that baby within the first 5 years, when that baby turns 5 years old, 55% of women are able to find a boyfriend of that avatar we were talking about. Black, broke, blah, blah, blah. 55%. 21% are able to get, by the time that baby turns 5, 21%. No, I think it was 30-something percent, where I think it was like 36% are able to get a stepdaddy to marry them by the time that child turns 5 years old. 21%, the biological father will marry them. So if they weren't married when she got pregnant, 21% of the time, dudes will get married to her. Bam. Okay, cool. But 36% of the time, some step simp will come in by the time that child turns 5 years old. And 55% of women will end up with a boyfriend by the time that child turns 5 years old. So when it comes to the ladies are right. The ladies are right. Y'all do simp. And y'all end up in relationships and marry these chicks. But who's doing it? Black, broke, blah, blah. That's who's doing it. Another stat before we go to the next one that I talked about was women who have children are more likely to marry linear, the same economic or community, or downward. A woman making $80,000 a year will marry a dude if he's a good dude and he's making $40,000 a year. She is more likely to marry him because she has a child compared to women that ain't got kids. Women that ain't got kids, they marrying up. Now, I don't care what they tell you on social media. We want a man with 6 figures and all that. But I'm here to tell you, the statistics show women marry down when they have kids. That's the only time you ever see women marry down. They'll either marry linear, like he makes the same money that I make, or they marry down. It's rare that they marry up because most dudes up, statistically, we already found good education, good communities, good jobs, good income, and they're not black, don't marry baby mamas for the most part. It just doesn't happen. So that's where we were with the avatar. He said, no wonder the community is the way it is. And these are just stats. So let's continue on. Let me shut up for a moment.
You only check on me when you want to know, excuse me, I'm checking to see if you got a post to see if you made them payment.
Get your passports and raise your own family.
Okay, you have any kids?
I have 4.
Okay, all your kids by the same man?
No, I have 3 baby daddies.
31, do you have any kids?
Yes, 4.
All by the same man?
No.
How many men?
I'm 3. I got 3 baby fathers.
Do you have any kids?
Yeah, I do.
How many kids?
5.
All by the same man?
No.
How many men?
4. 4 different.
Why are these questions so hard for you to answer?
They're not hard for me to answer at all.
Do you have any kids?
I do have kids.
No kids.
No. I said I do have kids.
How many kids?
I have 4 boys.
And a 1-year-old. Same dad?
No.
How many dads?
I have 3, Kendra.
3 dads. So why are you not with the 1-year-old dad?
The truth or the lie?
And these women look like they so ashamed. They look like they know that thousands of people are looking at them. And these women look so ashamed, but they're not ashamed to put you in a situation of being a stepdad. I want to play that part back, but I want you guys to look at the eyes and the faces of these women. These women feel so ashamed of being mothers of multiple baby daddies. Let me look up the stat real quick if you guys don't mind. I thought it was 56%, but I'm going to look it up. Shout out to T-Mac with the $10 love over on the Cash App. Appreciate you, brother. I really do. What percentage of baby mothers have multiple fathers? Let me say that again. What percentage of baby mothers in the United States have multiple baby fathers or have children by more than one man? Approximately 28% of women with 2 or more children are by more than one man. 28%. I thought it was right around there. 28%. The rate dramatically higher among unmarried women. Oh, that was married women. With nearly 70% of unmarried women having children with multiple baby fathers compared. Let me read that again. The rate dramatically is higher for unmarried women. So now there's a percentage of women that are married, but the guy's a stepdad. But for those that are unmarried, the rate is dramatically higher among unmarried mothers, while nearly 70% of unmarried mothers having children with multiple men. By comparison, about 23% of married couples have stepchildren and have siblings from previous relationships. Like I just said, I didn't know it was 70%. So 70%, no matter what race, if she's a single mama in the United States, they got multiple, but God dang. Goodness gracious. Man, if y'all don't get y'all passports and stop playing, man, 70% of unmarried women. This was an article that was written by, these are actual stats. Man, I want to email myself these stats. These are actual stats with the graphs and everything. Goodness gracious, man. That one just blew me away. I'm going to share, email that one to myself, and I should be receiving it. I should be receiving it soon. Give me a second. I emailed it to myself, and I'm going to be, let me see if I can get over to you guys. That is crazy. Yeah, I'm going to send this link over to you guys. That's where I got this from. That's wild, man. Y'all know I like to share receipts. So that's the receipt to the one that I just looked at. That's the receipt to the one I just looked at. So let's bring this back. Shout out to our brother MTR. That is wild. 70%.
And raise your own family.
Okay, you have any kids?
I have 4.
Okay, all your kids by the same man?
No, I have 3 baby daddies.
31. Do you have any kids?
Yes, 4.
All by the same man?
No.
How many men?
I'm 3. I got 3 baby fathers.
Do you have any kids?
Yeah, I do.
How many kids?
Many men.
All by the same man?
No.
How many men?
That hurt her soul to answer that question. And I know she lied. She said five kids, 4 baby daddies. I know she about to tell a lie. I bet you it was 5 baby daddies and 5 kids.
4. 4 different.
Why are these questions so hard for you to answer?
They're not hard for me to answer at all.
Do you have any kids? I do have kids. No kids. You said
No,
you have
no.
kids?
I said I do have kids.
How many kids?
I have 4 boys.
And a 1-year-old. Same dad?
No.
How many dads?
I have 3, Kendra.
3 dads. So why are you not with the 1-year-old dad?
The truth or the lie? Which one?
The truth.
It was a one-night stand.
A one-night stand and you got pregnant?
I did.
Do y'all co-parent well?
No.
Yo, killing me with this.
I'm 25.
25. What you do for a living, honey?
I am a sex worker.
So what kind of sex worker are you?
I've done pro videos. I started off as a cam model doing the online thing. Currently, I'm just more into dancing these days because I'm on hiatus. Trying to find something else to get into or just jump back into my old habits.
So you're a star?
Yeah.
Do you have any children?
I do.
How many?
3.
Are they all by the same man?
No.
20. How many men?
3. Yes.
How old's your baby?
3. I have twins.
You have 3-year-old twins?
Yeah.
Why you not with their dad?
Oh, crazy.
Who's crazy?
He was crazy. He was like a bad relationship for like 3 years.
Why you have kids by him?
I was young. Well, I'm still young. I'm 25.
Are the twins your only children?
No, I have 5 children.
You really have 5 children?
Yes, I did.
How old are your kids, honey?
I have a 6-year-old. I have twins. They're 3. I have a 1-year-old, and I have a 2-month-old.
Soraya.
2-month-old.
Yes, I
Oh
do.
my God.
I think that any man that's in the dating world that thinks that a woman with children is baggage shouldn't be dating. And I think that that's an insult to motherhood. And
How is it insulting? If you're a single mother dating a man with no kids, at some point you are expecting this man to provide and protect your kid. If he doesn't do that, you're not really going to look at him as a man. Now, does this man have authority to discipline your kids?
I would call my baby daddy and he will be getting his ass beat.
Okay, so
Because you're not touching my son. You're my boyfriend. That's just not going to happen. That's my child.
The part that's crazy is you can't see that another man has to take on all of this responsibility, but he doesn't have the same authority as the man that you're not even with.
That's his business and that's what he
So
chooses. And
this is why it's an L. Responsibility without authority is essentially slavery. And it's like 2 against 1. This nigga come home walking on eggshells. Oh, Dean, I gotta please her and please this little bad, little nasty, little gremlin looking kid. Dad, I gotta please both of y'all. He's in the ultimate form of simple.
As a black man with black women that do have children, I would expect you to want to step in.
Now, this is black shaming at its finest. Let's go back to the avatar before she speaks. This is important. Can't believe we've been here for 4 hours already. Shout out to all you guys that are here. Let's go back to the avatar because the shaming doesn't work. You're drinking, enjoying lemonade because the shaming doesn't work if you don't fit in the avatar. I'm going to say this again. When the lady in the orange starts talking, that shaming doesn't work. And I'm going to go back to when this young lady was just talking because her shaming doesn't work if you don't fit in the avatar. The statistical facts of the average dude that's willing to tolerate a scenario like this, you can't be white, statistically, Latin, Asian, and others, because you ain't gonna go for this. You can't be educated, trade school, or post-secondary college. You're not gonna go for this. If you live in or was raised in a decent neighborhood, not the hood, because I know some of y'all like my neighborhood was my one, but no, if you lived in the hood, you don't count. I'm talking about you guys that lived in a really nice neighborhood, not hood. She's not talking to you. These women aren't talking to you. If you make decent money, you're in the 55,000, 75, 100,000. These women aren't talking to you. Who are they talking to? We've been going back to the avatar. From now on, when you hear women talk, if you don't fit in this avatar, let them talk. I'm gonna say this again. When you hear baby mamas or the stepdaddy topic, they are not talking to you. They're dreaming about you. Say this again. This is very important. You are their dream. 6 figures, 6 packs, 6 feet. They dream it. They dream it. Nothing wrong with that, right? Because we all know statistically that person don't exist. Men know that, right? He's Tupac in a suit. He prays, but yeah, he'll put that thing on, right? That's what they're looking for. They want you to make over 6 figures, but don't realize how much work it takes to make 6 figures, right? So don't let this throw you off. The guys that fit in that avatar, you're going to notice it from now on. Every time you see these stepdaddy videos, stepmama videos, don't touch my baby videos, dudes are, you're going to be black. You're going to have a regular everyday job. You're going to live in the hood or something that's not as bad as the hood. You are going to be a person with very little to no education. And you're going to be willing to be with a baby mama because she makes more money than you. And you cool with that. So if you fit in this avatar, yeah, you got to worry. You got worrying to do. But all of those of us that don't fit that criteria, these women aren't talking to us. They ain't talking to us about, if you say something to my child, they ain't talking to us because we wouldn't put ourselves in that situation. A real black man would, because we're all black. If you ain't black, you ain't got to worry about that because white women don't talk like that to white men. A real white man would be a stepdad. White men, Asian men, don't worry about my Asian brothers. Latin men, even though y'all do it a lot, y'all don't do it as much as black men. Black men are the top fools of all time to do this. Black men of a certain income, low income, black men from lower to low middle class communities, black men with very little to no education, you're the ones that these women are talking about. You're the ones that's going to be dumb enough to be in a relationship with her because she's cute or because she does something nice for you. She's sexy. You're the ones they're talking about. You are in the avatar. So if the shoe fits, you got to wear it, stepdads. You got to wear it, step boyfriends. Y'all do it and go to other countries. Some of you dudes fit this avatar and you think it's just for the United States. No, you act like this in other countries. You can sit back and say, well, in the United States, it's hard to find somebody that ain't got kids. Cool. Easy to say that. You got a passport now and you still go to other countries looking for baby mamas. You know why? Because you fit in the avatar. You fit in this little capsule. And you take that mindset everywhere you go. So no matter what country you go to, I look at you and I'll be like, yeah, I can see that. Some of y'all be in Cali, Colombia with baby mamas. I'll be like, I can see that. How you walk, how you carry yourself. I can see that. Yeah. Y'all be 40 and 50 years old with holding a 3-year-old. I can see that. Why? Because you fit in the avatar. You fit in the avatar. I didn't say because you make little money that you didn't know how to manage money. So you can go on these trips, but your mindset causes you to fit in the avatar. You say, bring back the stats again for who we talking about, low wage, small middle class. We're going to bring that toward the end. At the end of the videos, we're almost done. I have everything lined up for us to see. All of it together. All of it together. So you guys can do a screenshot and everything else. Low wage and some middle class. are crash dummies. Yep. Let's continue on. Let's bring this part back. Because she was like, ain't nobody gonna touch my baby. Ain't nobody gonna touch my baby.
You have my touch? Yes, honey. How old are your kids, honey?
I have a 6-year-old. I have twins. They're 3. I have a 1-year-old, and I have a 2-month-old.
Soraya.
2-month-old.
Yes, I
Oh
do.
my God.
I think that any man that's in the dating world that thinks that a woman with children is baggage shouldn't be dating. And I think that that's an insult to motherhood. And
How is it insulting? If you're a single mother dating a man with no kids, at some point you are expecting this man to provide and protect your kid. If he doesn't do that, you're not really going to look at him as a man. Now, does this man have authority to discipline your kids?
I would call my baby daddy and he will be getting his ass beat.
Okay,
Because
so
you're not touching my son. You're my boyfriend. That's just not going to happen. That's my child.
The part that's crazy is you can't see that another man has to take on all of this responsibility, but he doesn't have the same authority as the man that you're not even with.
That's his business and that's what he does. And
This is why it's an L. Responsibility without authority is essentially slavery. And it's like 2 against 1. This nigga come home walking on eggshells. Oh, Dean, I gotta please her and please this little bad, little nasty, little gremlin looking kid. Dad, I gotta please both of y'all. He's in the ultimate form of simple.
As a black man with black women.
You see how she started off with the as a black man. You know why? Because they wouldn't say this to a white man. They wouldn't say this to a Latin man. They wouldn't say this to an Asian man. They will only say it to the men that fit the avatar the most. Now, mind you, I'm not saying this only black men, only guys of a certain economics, only men of a certain education. I'm not saying that, but the statistics hold true. You are more likely to be in these categories. And let me drop the link to the other stats that I have from the Pew Research Center. And it's called the article is called Facts About U.S. Children Living in Blended Families. Facts about U.S. children living in blended families. So I'm going to drop the other articles. I told you I share receipts. I don't just say it like Media Man does. I share the receipts. He said, Dre, I'm sorry to say, but you are doing God's work. He said, but I heard Russell Wilson say God was a stepfather, and I tapped out forever. Some dudes won't learn, and they won't. God was not a stepfather. Neither was Joseph. Mary was, like I said, Mary was still a virgin after she had Jesus. And you cannot call the woman that you marry Mary, the Immaculate Conception, and compare that to marrying Sierra, who everybody ran through. And there was nothing virgin or pure about Sierra. I don't know why dudes want to compare them. That is that stupidity mindset. Sad. Let's continue on. The sister coming with the black man trope.
Oh, Dean, I gotta please her and please this little bad, little nasty, little gremlin looking kid. Dad, I gotta please both of y'all. He's in the ultimate form of simple.
As a black man with black women that do have children, I would expect you to want to step in for women who have children. Majority of us black women are single mothers. And since we are, and you want to date us potentially, then it would be your role to step in. And my children's father has passed away. So since he's passed away, my children don't have a father and they won't. But I need a man that's going to come in. And since I'm a mother and I'm a very good mother, I need somebody who can be a good father to my children. And if you want to empower youth, period, then you should want to. If you're dating a single mother, which most black women are, you should want to step in and play that role as long as you're there.
No, that's not his responsibility, bro. I don't know why y'all think that y'all could just lay this on to the next man. That's not his responsibility. Now, listen, there are some good men.
Would she say that to a white guy? Let me know in the comments, would she have made that statement if it was a white guy, Asian guy, or Latin guy? Would she have made that statement? I put my answer in. Absolutely correct, Iman. No. She would not have made that statement at all. If it were a white man, and let's say if it wasn't anybody that she dated, that's the part. Let's say that she was just up there giving advice to other women. She wouldn't have said that if it was a Roma white man. You see how we were raised and programmed to think that if we don't want to marry women with children, something is wrong with us. Why? Because our community programs us in ways other communities don't program their men. Other communities don't program their men to be stepdads. Our community is the only one that does this. Program men from young ages to feel guilty, to feel bad if you decide not to be a stepdad. My brother said, I am 58 years old. He said, I have never allowed any woman to speak to me like that, including my mom. That's the crazy part, brother. Yep. Can't see myself doing it. Can't work with them. Can't coach them. Yes, sir. Shout out to my brother. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. We're almost done, guys.
Out there that's willing to do it. Kudos to them, but you cannot just expect every man to want to come in and take care of your kids, your baggage, your burdens. That's not realistic.
So I swear to y'all, it's comedy. Cause what can we say?
This, you can't make this shit up, people. Black men aren't being stepfathers no more because they see that it doesn't work. What's the thankfulness you get out of being a stepfather? You still get blamed. That's why, just like you don't want to deal with baby mama drama, don't nobody want to deal with ungrateful baby mamas.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, like it or not, our culture is not one that women feel like they need to do something for a man, compete for a man. There are women in this world, in this country right now, who earn 10 times what you do, who come home and submit to their men. But because you got a little bit more money, it's like a lot more attitude. And I get it. But the question is, what are you individual women going to do? Because at the end of the day, it's not working.
All right. Here we go. The divorce rate for step parents. We're at number 6 of 7. The divorce rate of step parents. Even though you've been coerced into being a stepdad, these are the actual numbers, guys. You are 60 to 60% more likely to be in a divorce compared to traditional families. So if you want to be a stepdad, go ahead. You do realize you got almost a 70% chance of being divorced or be in a divorce. I won't say divorced because 61% of divorces in step parenting situations, men initiate the divorce. In traditional relationships, men are too scary to initiate divorce. But when it comes to them little bad kids that she got, men get rid of all that little fear. That's kind of funny how it works. Funny how it works. How when it comes to a traditional divorce, men are scary. Men are, I won't make it work. I don't want nobody else to be getting my woman coochie. You got all them little lame excuses of why 70 to 80% of divorces are filed by women, because most of y'all scared. Most of y'all be simping. Most of y'all knew the relationship was over 5 years ago. Why you still trying to play around on year 13? I do not know. And the female had to do the man's job and divorce you 70 to 80% of the time because most of y'all too scared. You been knew that relationship was over. But because you didn't want Keith down the street to get the coochie, You held on for another 6, 7, 8 years. She still don't want you. And she went on ahead and filed them papers. She found them papers. But men ain't punks. Men just need motivation. Put a man as a stepdad with them kids in that scenario. All of a sudden, men know how to file for divorces 61% of the time. All of a sudden, men ain't scared to file for a divorce. If you put him in a situation that he feel like he wasting his time, his money, his energy, his attention, all of a sudden, a man know how to file for a divorce now. 61% of the time, we file for the divorce in step parenting situations. Men know how to shut it down. I'm not about to waste another year. I'm not about to waste another 3 months. I'm out the door. You can have this ish. I'm gone. My bad. Men who are step parents do not have a problem with saying something that traditional men don't know how to say. My bad. I was wrong. See, you traditional men, the reason why you only file for divorce 20 to 30% of the time, because you too scared to admit, hey, it ain't work out. My bad. But the women ain't had no problem with divorcing y'all at an 80% clip and saying, my bad, I was young. Women ain't got no, but when it comes to them kids, them step kids, man, please, stepfathers like me, I file for the divorce. Man, dude, stepfathers ain't got no problem with saying, listen here, I ain't about to deal with them bad kids no more. I'm done. I'm out the door. My bad. I thought I could be a stepdad. I see I can't. I'm out the door. Stepdads ain't got no problem. Right here. Let's go right here. 4 reasons why stepdads file for divorce. Conflicts over parenting, meaning how he handles her children. They don't let him handle the children. They let him pay for the children, but he can't handle the children. So stepdads file for a divorce. Number 2 reasons why stepdads file for a divorce. Poor bond with the kids. I don't like them kids. Them kids don't like me. We're going on year 7. I've been married to you 8 years, 7 years. And them kids still don't like me. And I still don't like your bad kids. And now they're teenagers. I'm filing for a divorce. Number 3, stress from the biological father. Man, your baby daddy wants you back. I don't even see why you married me. You know you want to be with your baby daddy. And if he was to act right, you would be with him. You would leave me for him anyway. And I'm tired of being out there. You put me in the middle of this situation with him. I'm arguing with your baby daddy every time you turn around. I want a divorce. I want a divorce. And number 4 reason why men say I want a divorce. Feeling like an outsider or limited authority. In other words, you're expected to help provide and parent, but not treated like a full decision makers. You know what? You want my money, but you don't want my mindset. I'm out of here. I want a divorce. So when it comes to stepdads, we ain't no punks. We will leave. We will leave. So when women try to sell y'all that narrative, it takes a real man to be a stepdad. Yeah, it does. Because 66% of the time, the marriage doesn't work. And 61% of the time, it's the man that files for a divorce. Men ain't got no problem like shoot. It's just like a job application. Where do I sign? He said, I don't go back and forth with a woman over some dude. Yep. You can have her. This is yours. Yes, sir. My brother Jay said, I remember when it was shameful for a woman to be seen as a single. I remember that too. In my church too. As a single mom. Unless she was married and her husband had passed away. Now that was different. He said, but now these used chicks have no shame in their game. Unreal-ish. Absolutely correct. I know, right? It's crazy, man. Crazy. He says you don't you don't like to see the Nivea men or the naive men. Sorry. You don't like to see the naive men being manipulated and taken advantage of, I assume. That's true. That's the last thing you want to see. Yeah, we're going a little late, Tevin, but we're almost done. So we're on number 6. We got 7 that we're going to do. Let's go ahead and watch number 6.
And when it comes to stepkids, that's the hardest shit in the world because they're not yours. And it's very difficult, even though this is not said often, but it needs to be said. It's very difficult to be patient with a disrespectful stepchild. There is a separation that people don't like to talk about. Even though the separation can bond into something beautiful, a lot of times it doesn't. Mm-hmm. So when a stepchild is talking crazy, you really don't have the patience and in some cases, the love to tolerate them. It's not popular to say.
Before he goes any further, shout out to my brother, Mike T over in the Cash App with the $25 love. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Let's go back. Listen to what this brother had to say. Now we're talking about how the stepkids treat you. Look at what this brother about to say, how he treated his stepdad.
You did say that. And yeah, I hated him the first 2 years of my life, of him coming into our lives. I hated him. Because I always felt like I was, my dad died early, probably like 3rd grade. And when my stepfather came, it was like 4th or 5th grade. Like a replacement. I felt like not replacing my dad. And, that kind of drove me crazy and it made me rebel against him. But then with time, he was a good dude. And until this day. But she never checked him. She never checked me. But to this day, I learned to respect my stepfather on my own, not because my mom told me to respect him. Right. I just seen what he did for me, and it was just like, you know what? You're a good dude. Like, let me kind of calm down a little bit.
So it's less about doing. It was more about not doing.
Well, the reason why I say I disagree is because there's a couple of things. There's when it's kids, especially the time frame, like you're in 4th or 5th grade, like you're stepping into puberty. Right. And so with that being said, at some point, your mom probably understood that you had a lot of built up frustration because your father did pass.
Still should check it.
Money putting food in your child's mouth because it ain't his. He didn't even shut up. He didn't even get a child out of the deal. He's paying for another man's child who you called a loser. And then you have the nerve to come over here talking about, I divorced him because he wasn't ambitious. And
Kevin,
then you're going to get out here on the open dating market and tell this story. You are a permanent side chick, ma'am. You're a side chick because of your character. I don't need to hear the rest of the story. I don't need to hear how cute you think you are or how special you think you are. I don't want to hear any of this bullshit.
You can't be stepdad. They'll kill you. Damn. Because I know 13-year-olds who killed their stepdaddy. I know a 14-year-old little girl who will lie on you because you coming in trying to be a good stepdad and say he touched me. So nigga, if you mess with a girl, you better let her deal with her kid and you just deal with her. I would suggest that you not even move in with a woman with kids, my nigga. Because nigga, they gonna work against you. And when she get mad enough, she gonna remind you that these aren't your kids. You cannot put your hands on somebody else's children. Nigga, you don't come into no motherfucking household trying to play stepdaddy. You come into the house being a man.
Even me, I grew up with a stepfather, and I will tell you, at some points, I did not respect my stepfather because he wasn't my real dad. I would tell him, "You're not my dad. You can't tell me what to do." Exactly. Realistically speaking, I got a real dad. All of that.
And you're assuming that is not involved with the kid.
Because if he is, God forbid.
Yeah, then it's even worse.
You're even worse.
Yeah. If the father is in the life, then it's even worse for you as a stepdad. Yo, it's an L to be a stepdad.
It is.
Period.
It is.
Like
I would tell my stepdad, I'm gonna tell my dad that you put your hands on me. Like I remember all of that.
It's an L, bro. It's an L.
Yeah.
And again, women don't understand this because women take very little risk when they're the mom and the kid is theirs and the man comes in. But you guys don't understand this stuff because you're women.
I'm often asked, after 16 years, if I was to see my former daughter, will I speak to her? After 16 years. No. No. People, I'm going to tell you something about us black men. We take scrap respect. Yeah.
We take scrap respect. Leftover respect.
We're conditioned to take scrap respect. We're so in tune to understanding that everybody think if we own homes, we're gonna be a slumlord. If we fathers, we're gonna be deadbeats. All of us good men, we fight and take on the full brunt of the stereotypes that you are as a black man. Yeah, the other guys, it don't matter to them. But us good guys, we the ones that fighting in the court. We the one that making videos. Basically, they don't know how to read it right when we criticize them. We're trying to get them to act right. I seen a video the other day where a black woman said, I like when black men get offed. I've never seen a black man make a video that says that. This is how comfortable they have gotten at disrespecting us, and you've accepted it.
All right. So let's do a sum total. Let's do the sum total of the avatar. This is the sum total of the avatar of the average stepdad in the United States and in other countries probably. First, the highest group is black men. 28% of black men that decide to get married become stepdads. Not 28% of black men, but 28% of black men that have decided to get married become a stepdad. We are the highest race. So if you were building the avatar based off race first, they will run in the face of a black man and expect a black man to be a stepdad before any other man. Next, income. Anybody that's within the $30,000 to $40,000 a year range, they expect you, with the little amount of money that you do make, they expect you to be a stepdad. So it's not high income guys like they keep trying to say, I want a man that's making six figures. It is not them. It is broke dudes that's becoming stepdads, cohabitating. Whether it be a situation of you put your money together with her money and y'all might be bringing in $80,000, $90,000 a year. If you put your 30 in and she put her 50 in, it's one of those situations. Number 3 for the avatar, education. 50% of stepdads in the United States have a high school or less education. You are more likely to be, and I'm sorry, I don't want to, yeah, 50% is impacted by education. Those who are high schoolers and less are 28%. If you just got, and that's the highest rate. If you just got a high school diploma, you are more likely than any other education group to become a stepdad. For those that have a bachelor's degree, it drops to 9% of men with a bachelor's degree are stepdads. That myth that black women and other women had tried to say, I want a man with six figures and all that, that is just a dream. Divorce environment. We didn't talk about this earlier. 41% of men that have been divorced are more likely to become stepdads in the future. I'm going to say this again. If you are a man that's been divorced before and you remarry, you have a 41% chance I don't want to word it like that. 41% of all stepdads in the West have been married before. And when they remarried, they became stepdads. High divorce rate equals stepdaddy when you get married again, or a step boyfriend. So y'all either cohabitate, get married, or you're a boyfriend to a woman with kids. If you're a divorced man in the United States, you got a 41% chance. So let's go back. You're black. You ain't making a lot of money. High school education. We already looked earlier. You don't live in a nice area. You've been divorced, and divorced men have a 41% chance of hooking up with baby mamas. Relationship setup. Stepdad households are 34% cohabitation and 66% married. So most of you dudes that mess around with baby mamas and y'all move in together, y'all most likely gonna end up getting married. Y'all most likely, when it comes to step parenting situations, and it's a household, only 34% of is a cohabitation household. 66% of you dudes that fit this criteria are going to marry a baby mama. You're dumb enough to marry a baby mama. But here's the kicker. That 66% always also blends down to y'all going to get a divorce. So you're not only a black man, you're not only a man that's only making a certain amount of money from a certain amount of neighborhoods. You're not only a man that doesn't have a higher level of education. You're not only a man that's probably been divorced at one point in time. You're not only a man that's probably cohabitating or even married. 2/3 of you are going to marry the baby mama that y'all kicking it with. Now you got a 66% chance of y'all going to get a divorce any dang way. Y'all getting a divorce anyway, bro. And 61% of stepdads are going to be the one to initiate the divorce. If you fit in this avatar in one way or another, because this does not go for every man. Every man is not black. Every man does not make under 30 to 40,000. Every man is not just a high school diploma. Every man is not divorced. Every man is not in a cohabitation situation with a woman that got kids. Every man is not in a blended family. Every man is not filing for a divorce. So this does not apply to most men. But for those of you that it does, and you recognize these signs, 1, 2, 3 of these signs, you might want to check yourself. If you're a black man, you might want to be on your P's and Q's about protecting yourself when it comes to your emotions and falling in love with baby mamas. Because white men don't have to do that. Asian men and Latin men don't have to do that. They're automatically on their P's and Q's about it. But black men, you are the ones that they are conning and coercing into doing it. If you know that your income is not the highest income, and you think, well, if I don't make a lot of money, but if she don't make a lot of money, we get together, we're making 70, 80,000 a year as a household. Yeah, you might want to reconsider that. All you cohabiting guys that ain't making that much money, you get with a chick, she ain't making that much money, so y'all just living off each dude. I'm telling you, if your education ain't that high, if you ain't taking Theo's class to get certification in something, you ain't going to trade school for nothing, you ain't learning AI, nothing. If you've been a divorced person, if you've been a person that's been divorced in the past, you might want to watch yourself. If you are living with a woman that's got kids or dating a woman that's got kids, you might want to watch yourself. And if you are currently in a blended family, you really want to watch yourself, because y'all got a 66% divorce rate and you might be the one that filed for the divorce, and you may not realize that. So this is the avatar of stepdaddies that exist in the United States. So when you hear women talking about men should step up, they are not talking to us. They are talking to the men that fit in this list right here. They are not talking to us dudes that's going after goals and dreams and relocating, and you're buying property here, you're buying property there. They are not talking to us. They are talking to the guys that fit this criteria right here. You should save the community, the guys right here. Wasn't your mama black? The guys right here. Why do you think it's something wrong with being with it? So you think that baby mama shouldn't date? They're talking to guys right here. The rest of us, we shouldn't even be answering. We shouldn't even be responding when we hear baby mamas talk, because they are not talking to us. They are talking to men that fit this criteria right here. I don't think so. As long as you got men that think like this, I think we'll still be the men who travel. I think we will still be the minority. I think the plantation pool and the Stockholm syndrome that black men and women go through, black men ain't going nowhere. That's why we're such a minority. That's why the passport bros, blue book gentlemen, and all the rest of us, man, bruh, yes, sir. Me too, brother. Me too. He said, working on my certification. He said, as you speak, Dre. He said, excuse my way. He said, excuse my why I learn and listen to you educated. Listen to you educate these men. Yes, sir. Yeah, most men aren't going anywhere, man. That's why I let dudes just be talking when it comes to the passport bros and blue book gentlemen and the black expats. Most men in the States ain't going nowhere. They're gonna go on a cruise. They're gonna go, they might go to Canada. They might hit Mexico once or twice in their lives. They'll hit the Caribbean islands. Most men ain't going nowhere. You can't get men to travel from state to state. So it goes to get them to travel to another country. So we're going to be the blessed minorities no matter what. Could never be. Can't be me. Serious. He said, I'm child free. No baby mama for me. He said, I'm on my monk mode. Yes, sir. Shout out to all you guys on your monk modes. Let them stay. Yeah. Let them stay on the plantation. I'm out. I'm with you on that one, YLE. This 007 says this. He say a little vulgar. He say, but I feel uncomfortable making a blended family with op genders because I know how I think as a teen, if half decent looking chick my age was living with me, I'm not related to. I didn't get that one. Let me read that one again. He say, I'm a little vulgar. He say, but I feel uncomfortable with making a blended family with op genders. Okay, what's an op gender? Yeah, hey, y'all gonna stop using U.S. slangs, and I'm not in the States. He said, because I know how I think as a teenager. He said, I know as I think as a teenager, if a half decent looking chick my age was living with me, I'm not related to. Opposite gender. Yeah, I'm still trying to understand. He said, I know how I think as a teenager. I'm still trying to understand that the next part. If a half decent looking chick my age was living with me, I'm not related to. Oh, limited characters. Okay, I got you, brother. Okay, so let's finish off the last part of the video.
if I was, one of the things I would not do, I would never deal with a woman with children. Whether you're lion or tiger, no children. If you're going to deal, especially if you're going to be a lion, if you're going to be a lion, make your own pride. The only way I would deal with children is after 35 and a tiger.
This is sad, man. It's just sad. It says she knew her husband was a simp when he accepted the fact she had 3 kids. I saw an opportunity and it took it. I guess they meant to say, and I took it. Fellas, back in the day, like the 90s, it was commendable to step in, support a family, be a good stepdad, then kids will love you. In 2026, they're taking advantage. They don't even see you as a commendable man. They see you as a simp. They don't see you as the knight in shining prince or the knight in shining armor. They see you as a sucker. And it's sad because there's some good dudes out here that do want to step up, but they're afraid of being called this.
Listen, if you're a single man between the ages of 30 and 35, it's probably time to accept that you are likely going to be a stepdad.
No. No.
Oh, no.
Wrong. Lady, I don't know where you're getting your information, but that is not the case. Now, this is not saying you're not going to snatch one up, but please do not make it seem like that's the only option out there, because we all know that is not true.
The lie detector test determined that was a lie.
Okay, let me just say this. So many men are deciding to get their passports and perhaps go overseas or to another community to perhaps get the peace in his home that he did not get growing up as a young man. A lot of y'all don't think about that. And another thing, maybe he does not want to repeat the same cycle that his mother did and especially take on another man's children, because the children are always going to come first in situations like that. And the baby daddy or baby daddies are going to come before him. Not to mention, he may not have any type of authority in that home with the single mother and her kids, because those are her kids. And you already know what's going to come at eventually, which is, you ain't my daddy. My real daddy will let me blah.
Once again, as we end it, let's look at the stats. As we end it, remember, guys, this is the avatar of where women look when they are looking to build a stepdaddy. So as long as we put ourselves in situations that we are not, you stupid, E-man, that we are not in these scenarios, we're good. We are not expected to be stepdads. But as long as we keep putting ourselves in these scenarios as men, and you're absolutely correct, brother, the numbers never lie. We are more prone to fall for the narrative, that guilt that they try to put on us to be stepfathers. Shout out to all you guys that are here. We got a good one. Let me see what tomorrow's show is. Tomorrow's is. Tomorrow's at 26. Let's see. Oh, yeah, we got a good one tomorrow. Oh, it's 20. Oh, yeah, we got a good one for tomorrow, too. Yeah. We have, is Africa the New American Dream? That's tomorrow's show. Is Africa the New American Dream? And the reason for that, because there are so many brothers and sisters that are going to Africa, and a lot of brothers and sisters are coming back. So is it really the new American dream? We're going to talk about it. And we're going to listen to what Khalees has to say, the singer Khalees, what she has to say about it, as well as others when it comes to relocating to the continent of Africa. Shout out to the continent of Africa. So we'll be here tomorrow. Hope you guys have a great evening. He said, I hope it is something cheerful. Yeah, it is. It's going to be good. I know today's episode was kind of like a Debbie Downer type of episode, but we needed that one. And now that we've got that out of the way, we got a pretty good one for tomorrow. Shout out to all you guys by way of PayPal, Cash App, Super Chats, and the Patreon. Thank you for joining. Let me drop the link to the Patreon. I hadn't done that. We got a lot of videos that drop on the Patreon on a regular now. I've been posting like crazy. And now that we're doing live streams over on Patreon, support is only $5 a month. $5 a month, bro. This not even the price of a cup of coffee. Shout out to you guys who support us over on Patreon. Let me get ready to head up out of here with the outro. And once again, thank you guys for being here, man, and subscribing. And thank you guys who are watching from Andrea's channel as well. Let me scroll up. Let's do this one.
You got me overthinking. Yeah, where we could be. Needed some clarity. I'm in too deep now. Get up a picture. Fantasies, just you and me. Like it's meant to be. Can't you see, baby? You got me overthinking. You come closer to my body. A delicate touch of instinct. Moving slow, but my heart's racing. Yeah. Your fingers sliding down my chest. What do you want from me? Lately it's been nothing but a mystery. Curiosity has got me wondering if this'll be alright. I want you in my life for more than the night. You got me overthinking. Yeah, where we could be. Needed some clarity. I'm in too deep now. Get up a picture. Fantasies, just you and me. Like it's meant to be. Can't you see, baby? You got me overthinking. Yeah, you got me overthinking. You got me overthinking. You got me overthinking. You got me overthinking. Yeah, you got me overthinking. You got me overthinking. You got me overthinking. Okay. Yeah. Logically, it don't make sense to me. I don't see what you see. From making me wait to call you my lady. Making me contemplate, trying to calculate what your signs state. Tell me why hesitate. Why you keeping me at bay? Don't wanna be in the gray. Baby, I really love your curves, but I need my answer straight. Do you want from me? Lately it's been nothing but a mystery. Curiosity has got me wondering if this'll be alright. I want you in my life more than just a night.